and I don't know which one to start with. Let's check in with some people's thoughts on Russell Brand. We are going to delve a little deeper into this later. We're going to play Russell Brand's. He addressed it this weekend.
Oh, that always helps.
Yeah, to which his lawyer said, "Oh, great move."
No. Just go online and talk about it. It's never worked bad for anyone. In fact, that's what lawyers do. Go online and watch what lawyers do when they're accused of stuff. They just talk about it.
It's interesting because my stuff is more than likely coming to an end this week, or at least, we're going to make the agreement on the end of this whole thing. And I really haven't. It's frustrated a lot of people. I really haven't talked about it very much. And there's a reason for that. If you're patient and you don't talk about it, things go your way. The whole thing just kind of, and it's like, I understand Russell Brand because like it goes a long time and nothing happens. You're like, what the hell? What's going on? And then all of a sudden you get an email or a phone call and they're like, great job, man. We got it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. And you're like, glad I shut my cuffing mouth, which is what I'm going to do right now. Where the hell that landed? So studio remodel, that's going on Thursday. Either the whole legal shit wraps up or we get the terms of the wrap up and then they have to confirm it. I don't know. It's, I don't know. It could be done in one day. I did get the word last week that it's, everything's done. We have a few, finer points. I do have kind of a decision to make because the situation is thus that I'm in a position to really push for some things, and I kind of have to decide how far I want to push it, how far you want to pursue the upper hand and how much you just want to be done, how much you want it to really just be over with. And I think what I'm going to do on that one, Johnny, and this is a smart thing that I advise everyone to do,
leave it in the hands of the lawyer.
Leave it in the hands of my attorney, who's done an incredible job and really done some incredible work. Really incredible work. I mean, I can't recommend him enough. He's really kicked ass on this whole deal. And so, yeah, that's just the finer points being handled this week, and very excited for that to be done. Then I got a bunch of meetings. I was talking about this last night, or yesterday afternoon on the Members Only show. I thought I had brought this up to the audience. Apparently I'd only brought this up to two people. I don't know if I ever even brought this up to you. I brought this up, obviously, to April back in the day. This was about a year and a half ago. This was in 2023. And E-Rock, because I was doing shows for Compound Media at the time. And I was offered, I won't say by who because it's still one of the couple companies I'm talking to, who, by the way, want to talk again now that all this is over. Imagine that. Which, by the way, I don't blame them. I don't blame them for, but throughout the whole thing, they said it's not a big deal.
They kept lying to you, I know.
Yeah, they kept going, don't worry about it. It's not a... And then
every time you said that to me, I just took it with a, oh.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not a thing.
My phone started... my phone started blowing up after the Town Square article.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, we should get together. We should, Sounds good to me. So in 2023, I received an offer. And I guess I didn't tell you about it, and I didn't tell the audience about it because it was something that I said no right away. And I'm starting to think maybe I shouldn't have said no right away. I got offered afternoon drive at a station, at a station I would have loved to be involved with. I got offered afternoon drive. They said, can you do a show from this time to this time? Boy. Honky with $5 says, well, you see, the stock market's tolerance for the tariffs are here, but Trump's objectives to strong-arm the leeching countries are here. Dead to rights on the forecast. Oh, dead to... Yeah, that dead to rights on the felony thing didn't age very well, I don't think. But then again, when you're not an actual lawyer anymore, that's kind of the advice you expect. Not an active attorney like Mersch who said, Aaron's going to have to eat that felony. I mean, again, I hate to say it, but I just stand still and watch these guys hand me victories.
Punch themselves in the face.
Because, again, what I'm going through should not be considered in a victory in any way, shape, or form. But these guys got so greedy, and they showed their need for steel toe. They showed their obsession and desire for Aaron that they overtalked and they handed me a W with something that should not be a W. Kids, naughty, bad. Naughty, bad. Just because other people are doesn't mean that what you did was good.
If you waited for your dessert, it would have gone down better.
Exactly. Fucking apes. All right, let's continue on. $80 even. And also for Nick.
Why do they come to me to die? Why do they come to me to die?
So it's, again, it wouldn't have been nothing if he would have just kept, like everything else, wouldn't have been nothing if he'd have just kept his sobbing mouth shut. But now Alyssa's posting the receipts. We just had to show the receipts that he's lying about the pay and the termination stuff. Still white knighting for the person who left him because he ran out of drugs for him. She was probably tired of getting yelled at about how she's freeloading and getting blamed for him missing tests. She was probably tired of the verbal abuse that he was giving her as she calls Keanu and cries about what a liar he is. Probably got tired of Nick verbally punished her so badly that it made Keanu turn and like me again. That's pretty rough. So we have Blukey, do you think Melton would be hot if he was trans? No. So yeah, it's look, I'm guessing it must be rough there. I'm guessing it must be tough times. Makes me feel bad because look, all my stuff is wrapping up. It's 48 hours away. It's kind of weird. I was talking to SP about this, and she's like, I'm going to be so glad when this is all over. And I'm like, yeah, me too. And then Scott and I got an email, a nice email about, getting back to work with the boxing and all that. So that's about done. We got about 48 hours to go, and then we're done with all the legal stuff, or at least we'll have the parameters of what that is. I just got a really funny super chat, and we'll get to it in a second. With the 48 hours I have left on that, we pretty much have the framework of everything set. But I'll say that there's a scent of blood in the water, so it depends on how far we want to push this thing. And I'll tell you, there's a complete win at the end of this tunnel, and I don't know how hard I want to push for it, or if I just want to be done and call it. I'm telling you right now, if you want a little peek behind the scenes, I'm a man who's very conflicted. There's a part of this where I'm kind of like, how greedy do I want to get? And we'll talk more about it hopefully on Friday. We'll be able to talk more about it, but I'm conflicted in a good way at the moment. Am I sending the L's? Like I said, I get a super chat. They say, this guy who wanted to be your lover, he keeps seething about you. What about this? And it's like, the guy lies like he breathes. It's just natural. And then the problem is, I think he believes the lies. I think he lies to himself enough that he tricks himself. And then we get to correct the record, and it's kind of fun because it's like a barrel full of fish, and you're just taking aim and firing. I mean, somebody sent that super chat today, and it was just like, oh, all right, here's some free content for you. Let's do this before we get into the Epstein thing. Ricochet with 199 says, at what point did April develop the foul odor? No comment. No comment. Let's not say. I was going to say, let's just say, let's not say. Brian with 149. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate that. Very kind of you. I appreciate the cope, though. Everybody hit like. Everybody get subscribed. Guys, we fucking got them. You know that we've got these guys tail spinning when they show up, and they're losing their fucking shit at us. and giving money to do it. Oh, God damn. You can, and you know what? The closer Thursday gets, they are panicking about that. I don't know why they would. It's not like it's a giant win for me. You guys made it a giant win for me by getting your hopes up by listening to some drunken. I didn't make you do that. You chose to. So why you come to whine at me because you didn't get your way? I don't know what to tell you. Kloppo says, also, we know your guests for the golf tournament are 100% Kiki and Geno. Are you not worried about a lot of people refusing to be anywhere near those two? I never said that it was them. I spoke to someone today who's part of this, or I spoke to someone 2 days ago, I'm sorry, who is part of the anniversary show surprise. And it's a solo person. It's not a couple of person. How dare you? Yay! That's what I always say. All right, let's get down to it, guys. We got, look, it's a busy rest of the week for me. Tomorrow is a huge day, and we'll probably be able to talk about it Friday morning. I'm guessing sometime this afternoon I'll kind of have my last little conference, my last little heart-to-heart, as we call it in the biz, with the old attorney, and we'll kind of have, I'm not expecting any surprises tomorrow. We're ironing out some of the last finer points. We're also getting a little schemy. We can smell a little blood in the water, and we're just, pressing your advantage. Somebody sent me an email yesterday, and they're like, "You fight the whole thing the whole way. They got nothing." Blah 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 blah. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. The whole thing is geared towards giving you something you'll want, so you don't take up any more of their time. And I've got that. And you know, a lot of times in life you get greedy when, you know, you let the what is it? Let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I mean, there's really only one step that's more perfect than what we're staring into tomorrow. And I gotta sleep on that for a day, you know? I gotta sleep on that a little bit. It's just nice, you know, in this whole process to finally have the ball in your court. It is you're more comfortable with that feeling. All right, let's go into some local news, shall we? A little local fare. I need to be on my bit. Tomorrow's a big day. And so far, I have managed since September 1st to not fuck this up. And now tomorrow's the big day. So it's been 8 months. Fuck my silly ass. October, November, December, January, February, March. 6 if you don't count April, but 7 if you count all of September. I had to go through all of September. So 7 months. I haven't fucked this up. So let's just, I talked to my attorney today. He said, meet me early. We'll get everything all taken care of. And I'm like, how good are we looking? He's like, hey, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Like, it was very much like, I ain't going to fucking tell you because you'll go, skittering off and telling everybody and wrecking the whole. So I basically got the, we're on the goal line. You just got to shut the fuck up and punch this in. Don't be a retard. So I can't be a retard tonight, guys, or tomorrow morning. I've gone 7 months without being a retard. I got 2 more days of not being a retard. So knock out the goal. I'll drink a beer. What is it when you're your own worst enemy? Chef Maddox says, okay, Aaron, members only celebration drinking stream tomorrow evening. I don't think it's right to say that you should celebrate. I don't think we should call it a celebration. I mean, that would be like, a kid gets in trouble, but he didn't get out of school suspension. Yeah, fuck right. It's not. I can't recommend to people that you get in these situations. So I don't think it's right to celebrate. But no. So in other words, no. We're not going to do a member. You know what? All right, listen. If we knock out tonight and tomorrow, I'll do a members only stream tomorrow evening. How's that? Okay, deal. You know what? You talked me into it. We'll go and we'll do Q&A. We can talk about the hearing, everything else on a members-only stream and a Rumble stream tomorrow night, but we have to knock out the evening show and the morning show. Deal. Okay. Look, I'm in good spirits, guys. I'm mindful of how this whole process has been and all of that stuff. And I tell you, like, every other court date has kind of been like, oh, God, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? Oh, Jesus Christ, what the hell? This one, I want to get to bed. I want to get tomorrow's show over with, and I want to get to this appointment. I want to get to this date. I'm looking forward to this one, which is it's a nice change of scenery, I guess, change of vibe, if you will. Deal. Rusty Grammar says, I just sent you a dick pic. Don't show it on stream. I don't want everyone in chat laughing at me. You don't want to send me nudes, bro. You don't. I want to be able to make jokes. 09 Canyon says, it's very close to being gone. Hey, I'm on the show. Don't say anything that can get us all in trouble before tomorrow. Yeah.
Sure.
Hey, real quick. We had a guy on our show here. He had an opinion of you, and I thought it shouldn't be said behind your back. I thought it should be said to your face.
Sure.
Numero uno Josh Denny fan. Are you familiar?
Yes, of course I am.
All right.
Of course, I'm on the phone with Aaron. He's on the show. That's right.
On the center field bleachers.
Oh, so wait. So the Braves are doing well. Get out. Anyway, it's bedlam here. Go ahead.
It sounds like bedlam. So numero uno Josh Denny fan. I don't even know how you guys came up. Oh yeah. Somebody said something untoward about Michaeline, and I was about to defend Michaeline, and then I said, wait a minute. Has Michaeline apologized for being so mean and hurtful towards me in the Aaron days? So I didn't know if I should stick up for her or not. But that doesn't matter, because then numero uno Josh Denny fan gave $1 on Rumble and said, quote, and you should be able to respond to this, Geno and Keanu, they can burn in hell.
I don't understand why he would say that. I think we even defended him today.
Well, he apparently thinks you can burn in hell. So unless that's a compliment,
Well, we played his clip of the Chad talking to himself.
Wow.
And we had which I saw on your program. So, and then Michaeline and I had talked about it. Geno and I hadn't seen it, so I believe it's his clip, isn't it?
So it's his clip, but so if he gets too mean while it's on my show, you know what? I'll make that joke after tomorrow. I can't make that joke right now. So numero uno says Geno knows what he did. Fuck both of those guys. Again, I think you should be allowed to respond to this.
I think that he's having a bit of a hard time digesting the fact that we had a bit of a different take on it. Yes, of course, we laughed at Chad talking to himself, but we thought it was nice that he was just giving himself a pep talk, and then we supported him through that.
Oh.
So other than that, I can't imagine what we did to numero uno Josh Denny fan.
I'm just watching his. He's given a lot of money this week, and I'm watching. He does it. He does it $1 at a time, and I think that's really nice. And
or is it not? It's like, I'm keeping you here. He's holding you captive to his dollars.
I think it's hilarious. Every time he wants to chat, he gives $1, and he's wanted to chat 144 times this week. So I'm totally I'm totally for it. But the thing is about numero uno, I do believe he's been drinking.
Okay, well, see, because I can't imagine what we did other than, promote his clip of Chad. Maybe we just had if he wanted us to shit on Chad more, we were just trying to say, yes, this is funny, but people talk to themselves, and he was just giving himself, oh, wait, did he ban numero uno Josh Denny fan in that clip? That's what it is.
Oh.
I get it. It's because we supported Chad for giving himself a pep talk, but you let him know we would never ban him. So he really shouldn't be upset.
Well, I hope that by the time we wrap up this call and we go, I hope that numero uno Josh Denny fan apologizes. I really do.
Yeah.
That would be very nice. Another $1, he says, Red Bar forever. Yeah, I think he's been drinking. So listen, don't say anything specific, but since I have you on the phone here, I want to ask you,
Sure.
the text I sent today, is that true?
The text you sent today?
To the group chat. Is that true that you said that?
Let me see.
Oh, check it real quick. Don't read it on the air because you never know.
I'm not.
I don't want
I am Yes, very true.
I did not write I am gay. That wasn't something
You
I wrote.
did. I drank. Yes.
No, I didn't, but I did.
From what you told me, that's what it was.
You know what, Keanu? That's very nice because I've been fighting that allegation for a long time, and you saying that I said that I did that's really going to help me a lot. I appreciate that.
Oh, okay, let me read it really fast.
But then again, Keanu, when has you sharing a private moment between all three of us ever come back to bite me in the ass?
Yes, yep, maybe it might have. Yeah,
all right,
sure.
So the text I sent.
I'm digesting it here. No, that does not ring a bell to me.
Okay, so somebody was making.
It could have.
Oh, but is that? Do you think that's the case, or do you have no knowledge of that?
I think. Well, it's more of like. I mean, if you're asking me my opinion, I think it's like, that person in the text that you mentioned first doesn't want had to have anything to do with anything anymore.
With the other,
without saying too much.
With the one person doesn't want anything to do with the other person because of perhaps verbal abuse from previously.
Right.
Okay.
And said person, I mean, I've never heard someone cry so much about just the psychological aspect of abuse of another person. Yeah.
You're saying that the phone call you had with someone sounded like someone who was being psychologically abused by someone else.
Oh, unequivocally, in my opinion, in my medical opinion, I'm not just kidding. In my opinion, 100%.
All right.
To the point of to the point of major concern. Yes.
Oh, by the way, your thing about me drinking day one salt writes total Keanu redemption. Wonderful.
Great.
All right, you have a show.
Who said it? Wait, who said that?
Day one salt.
Oh, well, actually, you texted us again and you said earlier, day one salt is egg.
But I didn't say that. I deny all of it.
You did. Why did you send in a group chat to us that day one salt was egg?
Because he's probably a homosexual.
And that's fine. I support you. Thank you, day one salt. Take care, Aaron.
Hey, I wanted to promote. Okay, fine. I won't promote the show you have coming up tonight.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go right ahead.
Oh my God! Today is the day. That's the name of the episode, and that's the name of the game. Today is the day. I've got court today at 1:45. I really have not liked the experience of court day. The last September, October, November, December, January, February, March. Now we're going into the 8th month of this whole process. I have not, court day has always been shit, what now? Today is the first court day where I'm tough and relaxed. I feel good. I feel in the driver's seat, balls in our court, et cetera, and we get to, as they say, we're in the end game now, and that feels really good. So I'm excited about today. We're gonna do a show after. I don't know if you guys saw this. This is something, but it's still with the 114. So yeah, today is court. We got MSO chanting "lock him up" in the chat. To be honest with you, somebody says Bang Energy is 300 milligrams. I don't feel like dying, really. Today is court. I talked to my lawyer yesterday, and he knows I have a talk show. So I said, are we feeling good? We're just about done? Because, you know, the last time we've talked, it's been very, 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 very good news. So I was like, are we good? And he goes, yeah, everything's good. I'll talk to you about it tomorrow. So clearly what he's trying to say is he has a talk show host for a client. We are right on the goal line. I'm not going to give you anything that you can go blah, 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 blah. I worked hard for this. I'm not going to have you fuck this up for me. Basically, and I think this is the correct move on his part. You are a mushroom, my friend. Feed him shit and keep him in the dark. Everything. So today, I don't really have a lot for you in terms of like gossip or anything like that. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to being done with this whole thing. It sounds like as far as punishments or anything like that goes, nothing's going to change. Like my life is going to stay the same. It sounds like there's going to be one rule only, and that rule is more than fine with me. If they want to make that a lifetime rule, let's make that a lifetime rule. You know, it's very rare that you agree on the quote-unquote punishment, which I don't really see as a punishment, improving my life. But it's very rare that they go, hey, this is your punishment for this thing that we're talking about you doing. And I'm like, that sounds awesome. It's like, what's your punishment? Your punishment is we make you a steak dinner. I think I can live with that. I think, you know what? I think that'll be okay. That's the most amazing thing about this. None of this is good for me that I'm going through today. None of this is like this, like, hey, yeah, kids, this is cool. It's not cool. Don't get in trouble with the law. It's no fun. But you have these people like this Friday and the Pretty Parasocial Girls, and they like have built this up into this big, amazing thing. And now that it's not going to be the big, amazing thing that they wanted, they're acting like I got away with something, or they're acting depressed and they're like pissed off that it's not going to happen the way they literally created a scenario in their mind. And because they're not getting that scenario, they're acting like I'm some great wizard who pulled a spell and got away with it. I mean, thank you. I mean, whatever win you want to hand me, I'll take it. But I'm telling you, you don't want to be in this position. I think what happened was these girls want to be the next nanny, and they've been sucking up to Nick, and they think Nick's a somebody. You got to remember, Nick's broke, and he doesn't stream anymore. He's a nobody. And his kid tested positive for cocaine. So women, you know, they always love the felons. They think they can fix them. So they believed him when he said, oh, they have Aaron dead to rights on the felony. So now they're all pissed off, and instead of being pissed off at the crazy drunken junkie who gave him terrible advice because he's not a real lawyer, they're just coping with it by going, oh, Aaron, what did he do to get this? Guys, you're the one turning this into a win, not me. So that was a little nutty. That was a little psychotic, to be honest with you. Look, what was his latest cope that he and baby boy Will Heron came up with? They're like, oh yeah, April wasn't officially terminated, and she's entitled to lots of money. All these white knight simps, so like they want to get money in her pocket. Meanwhile, Keanu says that April deleted all of her socials because Nick was psychologically abusive. So I don't know why they're white knighting for someone who told Keanu that she was psychologically abused by Nick. But hey, you know what? People need to cope in their own ways. At least I can admit the whole thing was a disaster. But they were like, oh, April wasn't given proper termination. And, like, I don't blame Nick for not knowing the labor laws in Minnesota because he's not a lawyer, of course. But April stopped showing up for work. Minnesota is an at-will employment state. She was told she wasn't welcome here anymore. She stopped showing up for work. She got her last check and down the road was off the payroll in April. So I don't know what that new cope is. It's kind of desperation. You can always tell when he's having a rough errand time. You can tell when he's getting in his feels and he's missing because he just goes and makes crazy shit up. And, you know, the only buffer it has to pass is it just has to make sense to him. they said that, the judge is going to reject the agreement. And I'm just like, dude, like, go with grace. Like, don't, I mean, are you going to, they're going to stay in the bunker the whole way until the Soviets literally storm through the fucking thing. It's, I'm trying not to enjoy it because, like I said, my message to everyone is don't find yourself in this position. It's not good. But these people they've been so wrong for so long and so dumb and like based their entire world and life and personality around this that they're turning this into a weird win. He's one day at a time with just like life. He doesn't have that ability to go, I huffed up. I'm a problem. I'm the issue. So he has to just keep pointing fingers at other people. And then he embarrasses himself further. Yeah, Mersh ROTC says Nick is lying, saying you continued to send pay stubs totaling 18 grand after she was terminated. Yeah, I showed it right on the show. The last paycheck was in April. It was April 1st. That was her last day she showed up for work, last paycheck that ever ran in her name. So, yeah. Chad Buzamok says, so wait, you were on the lam? I thought you said you had a deal and it was all part of the plan that you turned yourself in when they showed up to home. It's still on the lam, though. Like, there was still a warrant out, and I was still going out and about. I still consider that. Am I faking it then? Is that not really on the lam? I thought I was on the lam. I mean, it was going to be Tuesday morning. I go in, we do the whole thing, and that's what we ended up doing. Maybe I wasn't on the lam then. I thought if there was a warrant out and you weren't in, you were on the lam. Oh, I've been operating this whole time thinking I was some kind of super cool badass. Am I not? There was somebody who was having a hard time. They were coping in our chat, and I wanted to make them feel better. Oh, Gavelman Esquire says, the fact Aaron is boasting about getting away with a felony that we all saw him commit is the peak of white privilege. You want a fick-off Baba? What do you want from me? I ain't your fick-off daddy. Go cry to somebody who gives a shit. I'm sorry, but it's like you created this world in your head. Again, I keep telling you guys this, but you keep falling for the same thing. You guys build me up into some kind of super genius. The only reason I look like a super genius is you're comparing me to you and Patrick Melton. You guys are really dumb. You guys are not that. You guys act like it's this Herculean task for me to make you guys look stupid. I've got bad news for you. It's pretty easy. You just kind of let you guys be, and you show it. I guess. All right, white privilege. I guess for your race. Von Kaiser says, now you can't have guns. No, I can have guns. And after today, I'll be able to have guns, and I'll be all good on the gun front. That's for sure. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's 1:45 is what time it's all going down. I'm going to get there at about 1 o'clock. We're going to do some talking beforehand. Seems like I might have to take a nap before. But, yeah, I don't expect all of it to be wrapped up today, but I expect to have a deal ready today. We've been working on this for a while now. They finally came our way, and I like that. Just got to get some of the finer points worked out, and then we'll be able to flesh out the whole thing. So, again, I don't think that we're going to put a bow on the entire process. There's going to be, like, I'm going to have to meet with somebody, and they're going to have to make sure I'm not insane, which, best behavior. And then we'll work out the finer points. But I'm excited. Like I said, I'm excited about today. I'm usually not excited about these appointments. I'm excited about today's. I'm just excited to have what I think is kind of an overblown mess finally handled properly, which would be nice. Get all my gossiping done. Ask Numero Uno and Chad Buzamok. We got lots of gossiping in yesterday. Keanu informed us that April closed down. She believes that April closed down her social media because she was tired of the psychological abuse from Nick Rekieta. Keanu said that April would call her crying about the psychological abuse that Nick was inflicting. he was yelling at her and she was making her feel guilty for shit that wasn't her fault, and she would complain to Keanu about it. And that Keanu thinks that's why she went dark, just to get away from that abuse. That was fascinating. We got some tea spilled yesterday at the end of the evening show. So I don't want to agree with the Davids here, but evening audience yesterday said if we make up for what they missed in the morning, we give you, if we just keep gifting memberships and numero uno goes crazy, will you give us more? And you know me, I'm all about the customer. They gave more. I said, I'll go live for you for members only. I'll give you the members only thing after the hearing. And we will give you the update on that. We'll tell you what happened. I don't think that anything is up online. So you guys are going to learn about all of this stuff before anybody else. So let's go ahead. Let's switch this to members only. So here's the deal. I'm being very jovial. I'm just happy that this is one step closer to being over. We did come to a plea agreement today in this case. I can basically run you up to everything in this case, up to this plea agreement, up to what I said in court today, up to what was agreed on in court. There will be some other stuff, sentencing specifics and things like that, that I can speculate on, but I can't tell you. You're not going to hear me do any bragging. You're not going to hear me do any kind of, it's looking good. Here's what I'm really, really excited to do. This is something I've wanted to do for a long time. I haven't been allowed to, and I really, really, really want to. Back on, I believe it was May 27th, I sent a text message to Geno Bisconte that contained a partially nude photo of a woman. That feels so good to be. I've wanted to admit that for so goddamn long. I've wanted to take responsibility for that for so goddamn long. It feels so nice to be able to. That's what I pled guilty to in court today. That is on the record. That was done in the public house today. I pled guilty to a misdemeanor count of dissemination of a photo. So I've been wanting to admit that. The way I was when I did that, I was not in a good place. I was not anywhere near the person I am today. I'm ashamed that I did it. It was stupid. It was a very puffy thing to do. And I just feel good that I can get that off my chest. There's nothing good about it. It's not cool. It's not based. It's not awesome. It's shitty. It's fuckboy, awful behavior. But here was the deal. From the very beginning of this, we wanted to beat the felony. And if we could beat the felony, we would be happy. Now, there is a what was I going to say? I was looking at the chat. Now I totally lost my train of thought. This has been a very crazy day. There's been a lot of people have been like, you dead to rights on the felony. You got the felony. So everyone is treating today like it's some kind of win for the toe. And people are allowed to do that. And that's totally fine. And I understand that people who hate me are seething mad. They're very upset. People that like me or hate somebody else, they're very happy because they see this as a victory. I see this as this. I did a stupid thing. I did a really dumb, idiotic thing that I never should have done. And rather than, look, there were no witnesses that were coming to this thing. If I wanted to go all the way to the trial, we could have. But I did a dumb thing, and I should take responsibility for the dumb thing I did. And what we agreed on is I'm very happy with it. I will pay a $50 fine, and then nothing else in life will change. That's it. Plead guilty to a misdemeanor, $50 fine. They read it out loud in court today. It's all done. It's all done. Now I just do I just do an interview. Then 6 weeks from now or so. In 6 weeks, we make it official, the probation, all that stuff. And, look, what we struck today is something that, I mean, my attorney and I were very happy with it. Very, very happy with it. I don't know what else to say. I guess basically, 09 Canyon says no other court costs. $50 fine is what we agreed to. And the felony is dismissed. The felony is dropped. We do the misdemeanor, and then we do what they call a pre-sentencing investigation, where they just make sure, because a lot of these niggas during these pre-sentencing things like to go like, I'm just only pleading because I have to, and they're just and they're stupid. They won't own up to what they did. So we got to do that, but that's in the future. I'll talk about what happened today. Illicit Clip says, do you have to register anywhere? No, that's another misconception, that this is some kind of crime. It's not. It's a dissemination offense. There's no I'm not any kind of a offender, and there's no registry that you go on for this or anything like that. It's considered more of a digital kind of a crime. It's more in the realm of you disseminated an image, not type stuff. So there you go. There is no charge called revenge. That's not what this is. It's just, it is. It's the charge is exactly what I did. I disseminated. I gave an image to somebody, and that's again. I'll say that this is how stupid I am. When I did it, did not know it was against the law. Did not know it was against the law to show your buddy a picture. I really did think that you could be. I thought it was like the old days where you would go, look at the fucking right, and it's not like that. You can't send a text. I always thought like dissemination was like you spread it to a bunch of people. It's the definition of disseminate, which is share publicly, which is not what I did, but that's not how the law works in Minnesota. So ignorance is not an excuse. I did let's take the law out of it completely. Let's all be very honest. You can have my back, or you can think I'm, whatever. But it's a thing to do. It's a shitty boy thing to do, is what it is. So it's not cool. It's not like, if you want to call it another win for the toe, you can go ahead and call it another win for the toe. I don't. All I wanted to do was go on record and say I did this boy shitty thing. It's something that a fucking kid does. It's so goddamn stupid, and I'm sorry. And I am. I'm very sorry. Probably more sorry than I could be in front of a microphone, because everything in front of a microphone is very, very performative, naturally. I'm very sorry, excuse me, that I did what I did, because it's, I want to kick my own ass for doing something so fucking stupid. So, again, I'm just thankful that the way this deal worked out, there's, outside of the $50 out of my pocket, my life's not going to change. I can carry on. I can do the things I want to do. And, this was basically, hey, don't fucking do anything like this again. And I appreciate it. I am now. So take it how you will. If you're upset, I'll do therapy for some people. If you're upset about this, if you think I somehow got away with something, I'm sorry. This is, our whole thing was, hey, no felony, no felony, and we'll take, whatever it is. And it turned out to be $50. And I sat across from my attorney today, and I'll let you in a little bit. I sat across from my attorney today, and I said, I'm only going to get one chance to ask you this because we're going the direction we're going. And I said, if we take this all the way, Keanu and Geno aren't coming. They're not getting served. And I said, if we take this all the way, can we win? And he goes, we can. He said, we can win. Without Geno and Keanu, we can win. And he did. He said, Aaron, it's $50. And there was something about that. You don't have to go through this anymore. It can be over. It can be done with. You can move on. And, you know, the other, like I said, I can cleanse my soul of this. I can finally say, yes, that's what happened. You know, wasn't guilty of a felony. I wasn't. So I was never going to plead to that. We would have gone all the way if they wouldn't have dropped the felony. Absolutely. But fair is fair. I believe that justice was served 1,000%. And I got to state that in open court. Booty Bandit says only you would confuse a misdemeanor a win. I'm the one saying it's not a win. I got you weirdos out there in Internetville that, you know, think I'm Satan. You guys think this is somehow a win for me. I mean, it's not, like I said, it doesn't change my life at all. You know, everything that's, you know, I'm not going to be hindered from anything that I want to do. So it was just that felony. Nah. Not going to take the old felony. I have no reason to lie about that. Time Card said you're focusing more on the $50 more than the well, because it's a misdemeanor. I don't know what to tell you. I'm focusing on the $50 because that's going to hurt me more than the misdemeanor will. I can live with it. And again, like I said, you guys don't need to get mad at me. You can take this however you'd like to take this. Look, I'm a public figure. You're allowed to hate this. You're allowed to love it. You're allowed to think it's shitty. You're allowed to think it's great. That is totally fine. I'm just telling you how it impacts me. I'm just telling you how I feel about the whole thing. I feel good about the whole thing. I'm so glad that I finally don't have to dummy up and be like, oh, no, what happened? I don't know what happened. I mean, if none of the, I mean, this, in about 6 weeks, I'll be able to say a little more, but like for what this really was, for what the real motivation behind this was, I think this probably could have been handled with an I'm sorry. But, you know, emotions get involved, I suppose. Hey, like I said, I've been more than willing to admit what I did from day one. And now we got that chance. And we got that chance to do, that today. I was very happy about it. Just an amazing deal. I mean, they were playing hardball for a long time. And then finally, just one day, the fucking dam broke and the floodwaters came in and we got I mean, I got to say, this is more than what I wanted. I'm more than happy with this. Did this get agreed by the judge? Yes, the judge accepted it today. It was read aloud in open court. The judge accepted it, and now we do the sentencing thing in June, but we have a pretty good idea of, we have a good idea of what that is. Beating a felony is a win. I don't want it. I don't want to be out there telling people that this is fucking cool because you beat a felony and it's a win. I did a shitty thing. You know, there's an innocent person who was a victim in the thing I did, and there's no disputing that. So I don't want to get this idea that there's some kind of if you beat the felony, dude, let's fucking rage. No. It's a shitty thing to do. I'm disappointed in myself. Not a good guy for doing that. Thank God. I think I've changed a lot. But at least in that regard, it's not cool. Like I said, when I did it, I'm such a bumble. When I sent the thing, I was like, this is like showing a picture to your friend. This isn't like, I didn't know it was a crime. Chad, I'm not going to read those. Guys, the rules, the punishment for this whole thing is that the rules that were in place after I got out of jail, those are still in place. That's just basically what was there. When I say what I pled to is going to lead to no changes for me, that's what I mean. Just going to extend all that stuff out. So I understand your opinions. That's totally fine. I'm not going to read them. I'm not going to put them up on the screen. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. Me personally, I'm at peace with the whole thing. I'm at peace with everybody, everyone, everything. I'm just really happy that I got to admit it today. I got to look the prosecutor. I got to look the judge. I got to look him right in the eye and say, this is what I did. And that was, you have no idea how liberating that is. Maybe you do. Maybe you've had something that you haven't been able to get off your chest and you got to, and it felt really good. But the whole thing just felt really good for me. To be able to finally say, here's what I did. Shitty thing to do. I am so sorry. On we go. L Train says you should have taken him to trial, Toe. They offered you that deal. They didn't have shit. Yeah, I mean, I could have done it. But then you got to go through that whole thing. And there's people who don't want to go through that whole thing. And I can't just think about myself and stuff like that. Plus, it's not like I'm copping to something so I can make some kind of compromise. All I'm doing is saying what I did. There's no harm in that. You know, pay a bunch of money so I can. I mean, could I have gotten away with it? I guess with no witnesses or whatever. I guess maybe, but then that didn't. As I weighed my options in this, it didn't make me feel good to try and do something sneaky and dishonest. Part of this whole thing is I really, believe it or not, guys, I wanted to admit what I did. I just didn't have that opportunity until now. You know? I wanted to admit what I did, and I didn't have an opportunity until today. On a wall says going to trial is risky. Yeah. I mean, it is. Without the witnesses, is there a case? No, absolutely not. But what kind of guy am I if I get by on a technicality? Ugh. The one thing, though, that I will say, the picture that was sent to Geno, I took it. You know, that's the other thing I haven't been able to admit. I was sitting right here. There's an evening show where I'm talking to Stevie Lou on the phone. Stevie Lou is on the phone. It was in January or February. It was a steel toe evening show. And you see me looking over like this and going like that. And I shared that photo with Geno, and that was a dog shit thing to do. Not cool. Not cool at all. Let's continue on. Taste Fairy Ialto says, I always thought that Aaron maybe violated the letter of the law, not the spirit of the law. That's, yeah. I don't think that's unfair. Because like I said, when I sent it, I didn't know. I had no fucking idea. You know? I know I didn't do the felony one. That's all I know. So that's what I wanted to accomplish. Oh, Dark Side Aaron says domestic abuse evaluation. Yeah, that's part of the pre-sentencing thing. I got to go through all of that. They got to make sure I'm not going to strangle people. You know, just got to go through all that stuff. That's part of the deal with stuff like this. But I'm happy to go through it. Everybody's on the extremes of this. I feel like I'm the only one in the middle going, hey, shit. I did a dumb thing. Took one of my pictures I took and I sent it to a guy. That's and I owned up to it today. And they charged me $50 for it. So I know Jesse PS hates this phrase, but I feel like it only fits in this context because you got clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Here I am stuck in the middle with you. You got all these people seething and mad and angry because I guess I was supposed to go to jail for a text. And you got other people going, fucking Aaron won. And then you got me in the middle going, it literally, and I know some people hate this term, it literally is what it is. If you look at it on paper, that's exactly what it is. Yankee says $50 is the minimum charge for wasting the court's time. I mean, technically the minimum is $0. So there was something. I don't like that. Doesn't make me feel good. I wouldn't have felt good if I would have got away with it. I wouldn't have felt good if, Geno and Keanu didn't show up and then I get, off on some technicality. I wouldn't have felt good. That would have haunted me forever and ever and ever and ever. I'm not a bully. I don't like that I was a bully. I don't like that I hurt someone. That doesn't sit well with me. Says, what's the plan for the rest of the night? Get drunk? I wonder if SP would go out with me tonight. I do feel really good. I know she's got to work in the morning and everything, but I do feel really good. Is SP giving you a celebratory BJ tonight and letting you take a picture of her rack? DM to me later on the slide. I wonder if I asked SP. I bet you she would, and this would be smart. I bet she'd be like, I'm not sending you nudes. I wonder if she would. I wonder. Buzamak, you want to tell me? No, I'll tell you why I did. I'll tell you where I was at the time. I'll tell you why I did what I did. This will feel good too. I was in I had come to grips with the fact that what I did was immoral. It was often wrong. Not the text thing. I mean the whole last few months. It was immoral. It was wrong. It was all. I was a piece of shit. I was a pest, whatever you want to call it, like unhealthy, all that. And it had me questioning myself so much as to like what kind of piece of shit monster are you, that I just thought if I sent something to my friend and he was like, "Hey, you did good, buddy," like that would make me feel like, like I wasn't a total cuff gup. And if it sounds different to you, it sounds dumb to me too today. That's why I'm glad I get to admit what I did, because it's embarrassing. The reason why it was just an insecure, ashamed of himself person because he'd done something so immoral and so awful that he wanted someone to tell him he was okay. And I went to Geno Bisconte for that. Oh man. Let's keep going. But I did a mean, terrible, bad thing, and I hurt people, and I don't want to do that. It's not what I want to do. Like I said, I was a insecure guy going through some shit. When you do as much bad shit as I did during that whole polycule era, and you do so much immoral shit. Like, I'm not even a religious guy, but even I was like, man, the shit I've done, like, against my God, like it went deep. And I just, like, in this cloud of doubt and this cloud of bad feelings, I wanted somebody to tell me that I did something right. Even if it was just some boy thing, I just wanted somebody to tell me that I wasn't a complete up, and that this last 5 months of my life or whatever wasn't just like total sinful bullshit, and I did something stupid, and I regret it, and I was wrong. I'm glad I got to admit to it. Numero Uno says, how did you do a mean, terrible thing if your intention was to show something you felt was really good and beautiful to one? Because there's intent versus impact, and the impact was foul. The impact was foul. There's no doubt about it. This person's really mad at me. What an irredeemable piece of shit. You did nothing but call this horseshit for... The felony was horseshit. I stand by that. The felony was 1,000% horseshit, and I beat that. I beat the horseshit, and I admitted to what I was guilty of. I'm sorry. You have created a villain in me that doesn't exist, and you've used it to soothe yourself. I apologize. I'm sorry for whatever it is I did to you. MN Viking says, congrats on the W today. So how long until we see you on the Fox 9 again? Well, it depends. Will Nick seethe to them about this and then they'll give me a call and do the story? No, I don't think so. I don't think Fox 9's going to do a follow-up here because it's not as salacious as the original. They're hacks. Don't worry. All right, guys. I'm all caught up. Diamonds and Henna says, just got here. What happened to pleading and the $50 fine? That's what we did today. I pled to the misdemeanor. There will be a $50 fine. I've got some interviews I've got to do. And then it's going to be probation and an extension of my terms of release. And that'll be the end of it. And then after a couple of years, we can get it expunged, which is nice. So it'll all be a bad memory around my 40th birthday. No. Can I say that? I want to say this too. I want to give a shout out. Is it, goddamn, Janelle Kendall? I can't remember. The prosecutors are pro. Prosecutor did a great job. She did her job. She was passionate about this case. She gave a fuck. I don't want anyone to say that the prosecutor in this case just passed it off or whatever. She was, and she believed in this. She really did. And we came to an agreement. We came to a deal. One thing my side and the state side agreed on is that someone did something wrong. And it was just the level to which someone did something wrong. We had to come to an agreement, and we did today. And I like that. I like that part. It gives me peace more than anything else. Go join MLC and Keanu. Fucks, yeah, I'll go join. Tell Kevin to send me the link, guys. Go tell Kev to send me the link, and I'll jump in with MLC a little bit today. Who's going to do it? Who's going to volunteer for the job? Eh? If Keanu's on MLC, I'll go hang out with Keanu and Kevin for a little bit. Biden crime family. There's no restitution in the case. One of the parts of the plea deal is that there is no restitution. So no, there's no monetary pursuit. I guess that's something people would want to know about the plea deal. I just didn't want it to look like I was like bragging about the thing. No, one of the parts of the plea deal is there's no restitution. It's something we were very aggressive about, and we got that. And you can see that if you look it up. There's no restitution. Is anybody gonna nobody's gonna send Kevin to tell me the nobody's gonna tell Kevin to send me the link? Oh God, did you hear me huff that up? Come on, you don't want me on MLC? Oh my God. Hello?
Hey, you're on Misery Loves Company. Don't say anything untoward. Do you want the link?
Kevin Brennan, I hate that potato Nick. Oh, sorry.
Whoa.
All right.
We'll send you the link.
All right. Cool.
Do I have
Thank
your
you.
email? I guess I must. All right, bye.
Yeah, you do.
Bye. There you go, Kevin.
So wait, he's live now on his
I'm like
members only.
Yeah, I'm like your booker now. God, I'm not really. Yeah.
Were there any red flags when you hung out with April Imholte?
Her? To me, no. Looking back, I guess. Now I'm looking back. No, things.
Oh, look who's here!
Oh my God. Yeah, were there any red flags about that bitch? Oh. Hi, Kev. How are you, buddy?
Look, you're over here now too.
Look at that. That's crazy.
That fucking misdemeanor and committing son of a bitch.
We were just talking about your ex-wife. I didn't see.
Oh, hey, what's up? The reason I had to go to court today?
What up, dog? You're welcome. You're the reason you are the reason you had to go to court today.
Absolutely. 100%.
You are the reason.
100%. To quote the great Kevin Brennan, I was a bad boy.
You were a bad boy.
You know, I read the discovery, Keanu, and I will say this.
What?
Geno stayed loyal.
He's a loyal boy.
All Geno told was the truth.
Well, what did I tell? That's all I told. I told what I saw and what I knew. Was I meaner about the truth? Maybe.
Yeah, the spices you threw in were a little.
All right, but don't think I didn't tell the truth. Maybe it was.
No, you didn't say anything that wasn't true. But you
Geno was spicier. He was like, "This is stupid."
Okay, you're right. He was spicier.
Your was fine, mommy.
It was more in my favor. His spice.
I hear you. There you go. Yeah.
Wait, did your lawyer ever think this would be like a serious charges? Like you were saying, we watched a clip. You were talking about a felony. Did your lawyer really, or did he never guess on what it would be? You'd end up being.
He said two things at the very beginning. He said you'll never do jail time and you won't have a felony. Well, I've seen people writing on Twitter and shit and on YouTube and all that. They're like, another win for the toe. I did a shitty thing. I did something mean. It was a bully thing, and it was a fuck boy that had a shit thing to do. And I'm really glad I got to go to court today and say that, because now I can say it here. You got to remember, people were like, oh, Aaron.
Wait, did you say fuck boy in court?
Oh, yeah. I said I was an N-word fuck boy, and they appreciated that. It's St. Cloud.
You know it was a douchey thing to do. You knew it was awful. But look what you had just gone through, getting like cucked out of your life. You were trying to like.
Thanks, Keanu. Appreciate it.
It's true. It's true. Nobody should ever do that. But is it?
But Steel Toe, when you were doing it at the time, you didn't think it was a terrible thing, right?
Yeah. Let's just
say
you
said to Geno. You said to Geno, your boy's not doing so bad. So you're obviously just. It was lighthearted.
Well,
it was boy braggadocio.
Yeah, Keanu was there at the time. It was definitely a guy who was going through some shit, who just wanted his buddy to tell him he was doing okay. Because I needed to hear it. It was a shitty thing to do, and I was not. I was the wonderful specimen you see in front of you now That was not the guy who sent the text message. And the court has to approve every, time he crosses state lines.
Wow.
Yeah.
But you can go wherever you want.
Until the sentencing, yes. But like part of my release conditions are that I just have to let them know if I'm leaving. So like I don't have to get permission. I just have to go, hey, on this date to this date, I'm going to be here. My lawyer sends that to them and then I go.
So what kind of sentencing are we talking about?
We're looking at probation and a $50 fine.
Oh. So that's
wait, you're still going to get sentenced?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's part of pleading. Like you don't just say, hey, I did it. And they go, see you later.
But then is it considered a misdemeanor or?
Yeah, it's a misdemeanor.
Okay.
Yeah, but you don't get sentenced for a misdemeanor.
Yes, you do. You get like a year of jail stayed. They don't give you the year of jail. Instead, they go for X amount of time. In this case, 0 months to 2 years. You can't do this. And mine's going to be the terms of my release, not saying or mentioning or going near certain things or people or whatever. I have to do that. And then there's probationary discretion. Basically, they can go, all right, 2 years probation is the maximum. But after a couple of months, they're like, we really don't have anything to do with you. You're good. Like, we're not going to monitor you anymore.
I think everybody should have a jail stay at least once.
My wrist hurts. Wah, wah. Yeah, a man kicked me until my wrist was broken. That's very hilarious.
Yeah, but you have no right. You have no. I don't know what the word is, but everybody said because you had been drinking that it was okay. Or Kiki is still friends with the toe, even after the court documents where his wives texted about how he strangled and abused them.
I don't believe there were any court documents about that.
Wait, who strangled who?
Strangled.
People say I strangled April, and I think Keanu. I'm not going to defend myself on that. I know what did and didn't happen.
But it was consensual, right?
Yeah. Every time I choked April,
it's a choke thing.
I will say this: every time I ever choked April, it was 100% consensual.
You took her to service.
But I will let Keanu address that herself. I'm not going to monopolize. They asked her. Keanu can tell you if she thinks I beat the shit out of April.
Here's the thing. I don't want to talk about her anymore. I just want her to have some peace. And glad she's out of, you know what? Both situations. But I'm not going to, But no, I'm not going to say anything about that. She doesn't want to be a public person. So.
What?
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of difficult when someone keeps, trying to bring you up.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a little late to not want to be a public person.
I just want her to be okay.
That's like Hunter Biden go, hey, can everybody leave me alone?
Yeah, I will say this. I think April got in a little too deep. I think she wanted to be on the show that she was on until she realized what the internet was, and then it was too late to turn back. And I should have cautioned her against it. I should have told her no. I should have told her to stay with the job she had. And we should have me and the boys should have done our stupid show we had here with Corey Adam and Oz and all those guys. And she should have stayed where she was. But I had a lot of fun being around her. So she was like, I want to do this. And I'm like, all right, fine.
I on your show with you. Yeah, she was cute. She was good.
Yeah, but the darker parts of doing a show, she wasn't.
I could say a lot more as to why I know that that's not true. Supposedly,
What's not true? What's not true?
The abuse piece or at least some confusion of it. So
you don't have to defend me,
right? Okay. I'm not gonna. But I don't want to talk about her. I just want her to have some peace.
Hey,
she's in the right place to go forward.
And no, and I could say, but I'm not going to even go there. So yeah.
How is she in the sack?
No.
Aaron.
Weird.
Aaron, go ahead, Aaron. You read it. Mr. Raper is one of the top super chatters in the world. So
Aaron, when people said your plea deal was another win for the toe, that was sarcasm, right? Please tell me you understand this by now. We're all laughing at you. Well, I can say it wasn't. I think most people who were watching, a lot of people thought that this plea deal we got, a lot of people got really upset about it. People who hate me got really mad that this was a plea deal. And I don't think they should be. I mean, I still had to admit what I did wrong. I think it's kind of one of those perception is reality things. If you think it's a terrible thing and I'm an awful person, I'm Hitler and I should have had more, that's fine. That's how you perceive it. I perceive it as I got to admit what I did wrong. I think the punishment fits the crime. I'm happy with it. If you think it's another win for the toe and Aaron got one on Rekieta and Rekieta's got a felony and Aaron doesn't, blah, blah, that's fine too. I don't understand why everybody has to play this competitive game. It is what you make it.
Aaron is so much better now that he's dating the slam. I think we call it slam. Wait, isn't it a different second word?
I believe it's called slam piece. I think he spelled it wrong.
Aaron is so much better now that he's dating the slam piece he cheated on his first wife with. Aaron, you see your kids more than yours. I don't even know what he's saying. Zeke, wife cooked, left me for a cooked out lawyer. I will forever be known as Cucko the Clown. I also beg for money on a daily basis. Another one for the toe. I think some of these guys are going to come in with not nice things to say.
Yeah, I'm getting the feeling that some of these guys do not like me.
Some of these people Zeke is not on your side.
Keanu, what is it about my personality that might lead some people to believe I'm an asshole?
You know that sometimes you're a cringy douche. You know that. You know that.
Hey, we got a working title, cringy douche.
No, but you know that you are that way. At least you own it, right?
What?
You don't know that you're a cringy douche clown sometimes?
Well, if I admit it, then the work is over.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, don't admit it. Never underestimate the
Thompson.
Power of denial. Deny that.
Right. But it's in an entertaining way. You're a cringy douche sometimes.
I appreciate it.
I'm not saying you're not good at what you do.
That's really what I've been living. I have Keanu's statement to police in the Discovery up in my upstairs in my lockbox. I have everybody's statements. I'm never going to read them publicly, but I feel like if Geno...
I can't imagine what I said other than, the truth, but also he's a cringy douche.
Here's my thing. When you guys come out next, I'm going to give them to you. I'm going to give your statements to you.
Will you frame it? I'll put it in my studio.
Hey, first of all, you tough chatty Kathy. There's way too many pages for me to frame them all.
Wait, listen. I wanted to be thorough.
Can I tell you this, though, in terms of the Discovery? Nick's statement was as long as everyone else's put together.
Oh, yeah, right.
Because he was coked up.
Yeah.
He was a gabby bitch.
Kiki, I could clear up lies against Toe, but I'm some dude. Kiki, I could clear up lies against Toe, but I'm gonna do little girl voices for my hubby who 3 women and threatened to beat April over the head.
What on earth does that mean?
Raped 3 women and threatened to beat April over
YouTube
the head.
terms of services.
I think that my man might be a little upset with you, Keanu.
You think Geno harmed some woman? My God, are you kidding? That's crazy. What, some dude? Do better. We don't know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Chrissy should do a similar show, Glazing Mr. Scoop. Chrissy Mayer? Are the Biscontes officially booked for the Toversary? How do you say it?
I think Toversary is correct. I don't say it that way, but he can.
Is that an affirmative?
It's only whatever he wants to say.
This guy's so full of shitty.
Whose job is it to say it?
I don't know. Is it mine or Geno's or yours or whatever?
Are you guys going?
I don't know what I'm allowed to say.
Well, am I allowed to say?
I don't care. Yeah. I just
Geno Bisconte and Keanu C. Michaeline will be at the Steel Toe Anniversary Weekend, Friday, July 25th and Saturday, July 26th.
Wait, how did beloved Chatter know that?
Because I've been teasing it forever, and I'm terrible at keeping secrets. I'm a blabby bitch.
Okay, well, maybe people could book it now. They'll book their flights. What's the date again?
July 25th and 26th.
This guy's so full of shit he oozes.
I bet you this guy was really a big fan of mine before my appearance today.
Kiki Logic. Chris Abels. Oh, Chris Abels.
Hello, Chris Abels.
Kiki Logic. Steel Toe, domestic violence. Okay. Jonathan Scoop, domestic violence equals bad. Yeah, it's all on how you it's all on how you interpret it.
I will say this. I can tell you 110% if Keanu thought that I had ever been violent towards any woman, she would definitely not speak to me anymore.
I do not like that, obviously. Eugene, what's that? Hi.
Put me on speaker so I can respond to the RP stuff.
You are. Go ahead.
All right, let me point something out. It wasn't RP meeting. You get that because YouTube terms and service. Revenge porn would never happen. But again, let me make this clear one last time that Geno was right. When I said, if April doesn't realize that living in a guest house while she tries to steal the fucking husband of a dopey named Kayla, who's shutting her mouth because she just wants the money and the kids are being abused, and she doesn't realize this is her bottom, she wasn't hit hard enough, implying she was never hit, which she wasn't, because April's like who lied about being hit to an actual victim of being hit by a man. Geno's right about a lot of stuff. So again, no one was revenge. Ask Stacy. Kayla's a stupid. April's a lying, manipulative whore who lied about being beaten to a woman who actually was. And Kevin better pay you for this because he's a piece of shit. What a,
He's
I
laughing.
can't say it, I'm in mid-down.
You made him laugh. You made him laugh.
Yeah, and I'm right. By the way, no one ever said, hey, April. I've never laid my hands on a woman or Kevin, same thing. And even when Kevin made me spit in his wife's mouth while we were fucking Keanu. But the point is, that I never said hit April, but I was right about April. She lied. And any woman in that situation that didn't want out and said she was hit, she was never abused, then she wasn't. And now she's where she belongs. Bottoming out like the nut that she is, while Kayla sits there saying, oh my God, I just want it all to go away because April was the nut that reached out about the picture while Kayla sat there silently saying, I love my kids, even though my husband doesn't, but I really like the money. And they're all nuts. Not my good friend Aaron.
I love you. Bye-bye.
Aaron missed that whole speech.
Wait, he had to because,
Oh, he can't be on air for that?
No, it's just he only knows 3 people in the situation.
Aaron, why are you sending go ahead. You read it, Aaron, if you can.
I can't read that, but I can tell you this is not true. But
I'll read it for you. Zebra Man, thank you for the $5. Aaron, why are you sending KR's booty pics on Facebook as shown on your morning show today? Timestamp 24:58. Show the clip. We don't know what you're talking about, Zebra Man. I don't, at least. So
wait, people are still on Facebook?
What's that, KB?
That Aaron still can't say Kayla Ricotta, or or KR. And he has to duck when I say it. After KB's.
Bye, Aaron.
Bye, Aaron. It was nice to meet you.
Don't think you're a cringy douche. Bye.
You just call him a cringy douche?
I said I don't think that. I hope I didn't hurt his feelings.
Welcome to the program. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I am Aaron Imholte, and depending on who you are waking up one of 3 ways. You are waking up thinking I'm Hitler, who just got away with taking the Sudetenland. You think that it's another win for the toe. Or the third option, you're a normal person and you barely know what the fuck is going on. That would be, I think, the third and most mentally normal option that you could probably be a part of. If you're part of the either 2 groups, look, we're all on a journey, right? We're all trying to improve ourselves. And I hope the best for you. Look, if you're not a member, you didn't get the update, you have a normal life. Chips and Diff says, number 4, I don't give a rat's ass. Yeah, that could be it too. You don't give a rat's ass. But yeah, I had court yesterday. People like people who, and I really found like how bad my psychological hooks are in so many people. I mean, you talk about broken. I mean, broken. I mean, you're not supposed to let the person who like owns your mind know you own their mind, but they don't really care. Everything that happened yesterday was what I told you would happen yesterday. I mean, people, they acted like there was this big surprise, like there was this big shocking moment. I said, misdemeanor, $50 fine. That's what was decided yesterday. That's what we agreed to. Now they'll have an observation period to make sure I'm not going to, clock anybody or steal any babies or shit like that, and make sure they got to go through this period. A lot of people, when they cop a plea deal, they then try to go out publicly and go, I didn't do anything wrong. So they got to go through this pre-sentencing thing where they have they got to make sure you're not a violent person or anything like that. They got to make sure you're not taking the plea and then claiming to be innocent. You got to go through that whole process, because if you do go through that process and they find out this person's a disingenuous piece of shit, they can tear the whole thing up. So I got to go through this process where they ask me, hey, did you do this? Did you do it? And I'll be like, yeah, I did it. That's why I said I did it. They're like, okay, we're just checking. We're just making sure. Because if they start, looking into it, they call it a pre-sentencing hearing and domestic violence check. They got to make sure I'm not a big, violent, scary guy. And then they got to ask me, hey, between you, me, and a fence post. I don't understand what kind of idiot they get in these screenings. I guess when you deal with career criminals, I suppose, you get some dummies, but I don't know what kind of dipshit you would have to be for the probation investigator people to go, hey, between you, me, and a fence post, and hey, I'm your buddy here. You really do it? And then the other person goes, no, I was just going with those idiots. Got them. Yeah, gabagoo. I don't know what kind of you would have to grab for that. So here's the deal. Pled guilty to a misdemeanor yesterday. The felony gone, dismissed. And when the whole texting Geno and image thing came about, when they brought this whole thing, I was like, well, I did a dumb return, because by the time they brought it up, by the time it was a thing, it was I was so past it and not in the same place that I was then. I was like, oh yeah, well shit. I was like, the felony's ridiculous. The felony's silly. The felony's dumb. Obviously the felony's not any part of this. So when my attorney and I got together from the very beginning, we said, let's just get rid of this felony. Let's get this felony dismissed, and that's what we're good with. We'll take the misdemeanor, dismiss the felony. Good. They didn't want to do that at first. They kind of were like, they played this game where it was like, well, plead to the felony, and then after the thing, it'll drop to him. We're like, no, that's not good enough. And then, Geno, I think the final nail in the coffin for the felony was Geno and Keanu weren't served. Geno and Keanu weren't coming. They were not cooperative. So the prosecution came to us a couple of weeks ago and they said, look, let's put a bow on this thing. Let's not drag this out any longer. Nobody wants to. Basically, they came to us, nobody wants to drag this out any longer. We were still of the mind. We were like, well, maybe we do want to drag this out a little longer. Maybe we do want to go the whole way. I mean, we know what we, it's kind of like that line in Rounders. We know what we're holding and we know what you're holding. Maybe we want to go the whole way. And they said, all right, felony is a thing of the past. Forget the felony. Misdemeanor, $50 fine. The terms of your release will extend for a year or two. If probation says you're a good boy after a couple of meetings, they'll cut you loose. And I said, that sounds kind of nice. No, I mean, they made, they made him an offer he couldn't refuse. I mean, the motivation with no Geno and no Keanu was like, let's fucking roll, let's go. And they said, how about, and then they just came to us and they said, how about this? And, my attorney even said, he goes, this is everything we wanted and more. This is everything we wanted when this whole thing started. So, I asked him yesterday, I go, what do you think? And his opinion was, Aaron, it's $50. And I said, okay. And he also said, did you do it? And I said, yeah, I sent the text message. And that's the other thing. I took one day I was streaming. I was talking to Stevie. Stevie Lou is now part of this lore. I was talking to Stevie Lou on the phone during an evening show in, God, it was sometime between late December and early February. And I'm talking to Stevie Lou, and I wheel around and I take a picture. And then in May, I sent that picture to Geno Bisconte. And I sent it to Geno Bisconte because I was a fucking dumb guy in a shitty place. And, you know, when I say, hey, your boy didn't do too bad, did he? That was a fuckboy thing to do. That was a guy who was looking for a little validation from a friend. And I cannot urge you against something like that more. One thing I did learn in the whole journey afterwards was like, hey, maybe internalize some of that shit, think about it, let it stew, talk to a professional about it, and then you'll work through the process internally with a professional and you'll be fine. And then I saw some people, they were combing through the plea agreement. They're like, no, they were like Jesse Pinkman. They were like, he can't keep getting away with it. And I kept telling these people, like, I didn't get away with anything. I pled guilty to the thing I did. I took responsibility for the thing I did. It's not a nice thing to do. Don't do that to people. It hurts people. It makes them feel bad, and it's a mean, shitty thing to do. Don't do what I did. It's so bad. It's so, oh, boy, it's so shitty. It's so immature. Don't do what I did. And, you know, there's people online who, they hate my guts and they think this is some sort of win. Let me go on the record right now. I in no way see this as any kind of win. You know what I see this as? I did a shitty thing and I took responsibility and I ended it in a way that is comfortable for me, that I'm okay with. I'm okay with how this ended. I did a bad thing. You know, I'll be very honest with you, going through this, now that it's wrapping up, now that it's about over, in a weird way, it restored a little bit of faith I have in our system. Because as I look back on the whole thing, it was a bitch. It took 8 months to get the deal we were looking for. But it was fair, you know, and nobody ever treated me poorly. You know, nobody ever treated me like get this guy. We're going to Can I say something about the prosecutor, Miss Kendall? She believed in this. She really did. She believed in this. This was not a fuck him. I'm going to get this guy. He's a piece of shit. Yeah, she might think I'm a piece of shit. That's fine personally. But professionally, she was all about, here's what I think the law says. Here's what I think we should do. Boom, boom, boom. And then when we decided, well, then let's go. Let's wrestle then. Let's go the whole way. They were like, let's do this. And I do believe this was something that everybody could walk away from going, admitted to a crime, taken the punishment, and now they're not going to drag this out any further, and we can put this to bed. You know, yeah, during the whole process, I never felt like the whole innocent until proven guilty, I feel like I was treated that way. I feel like I was treated innocent until proven guilty. And they were also very respectful, and they were very mindful of the fact that there is a group of headhunters out there who are out to get me. And when they would get, people just sending them stuff all the time, they would be like, they said to us at one point, look, I know this is all bullshit. And we're like, thank you. I appreciate that. So, like, it always felt like they were being very fair. And I appreciate that. All right, guys, we got Rumble link Friday. So, Husey with $5 says another L for Rekieta. Also, Bret Hart is overrated. If Nick treats this like an L, how do I say this? If Nick treats this like an L, you guys will know where the motivation to bring this up came from. I mean, I did a bad thing. I'm happy with how it ended. I'm glad it's ending, and I'm glad I got to take responsibility. But if you're mad about this, hey, you know what? Let me encourage you. If you're mad about this, it didn't happen to you. You wake up, you didn't plead guilty to anything yesterday. That's a win for you. That's a W. So, again, if it's triggering the shit out of you that some of my fans and pro steel toe people are saying this is a win for the toe, you can chill out. It doesn't affect you. You'll be okay. I got to, like, the people who think I'm the most evil guy in the world, I'm having to talk them down from a crisis after I pled guilty to a crime. It's bananas to me. But guys, it didn't happen to you. You're going to be okay. You guys have made me into the Pol Pot of your generation already. Just keep thinking I'm that. You'll be fine. We're going to go over to Rumble. The link is in the chat here on YouTube. Join us or don't. We'll talk to you in a little bit. And gone. There we go. Yeah, they're having a hard time with it. And that's just going to be amazing to me. They also think, so there's one condition on this probation, and it's the condition I've been living under for 8 months. And I told him in the back room in the meeting, I said, make it a lifetime condition. I don't care. Like, that's totally fine with me. So now all these people are mad about the condition, and they think that if they write the thing in a chat, that counts as me breaking the condition. It's like, guys, you can write that all you want. That's totally fine. Again, they're living vicariously through me, and they now think that condition is on them. It's not. It's just on me. You can say it till you're blue in the face. Go have fun. I don't feel bad that people are taking this so hard. I'm just more confused that they're taking it so hard. Like, you're fine. My voice is leaving. People are talking about the MLC show yesterday, and Keanu and her mom talking about all of that. That was a lot of fun. That was a good time. And then people were like, oh, Aaron got scared and he had to go. No, I mean, again, I was responsible for my own behavior. I behaved myself. I was good. Other people were losing their minds and writing everything they could. Again, you guys are allowed to do that. I have to I'm responsible for my behavior. That's it. And I did have to go. Like, I wasn't going to do the Kevin thing, but Keanu called me and she's like, hey, I'm doing MLC. Will you come on with me? I'm like, sure, absolutely. I was doing my members only thing. And it was getting really late, and I had a night with SP that I had to get to. Gordy hadn't gone out in hours. So I'm like, I got to go spend time with my girlfriend and let my dog out. And there were some really bitter people who really wanted me to slip up and say something bad, which was never going to happen. And they were like, oh, he ran away. He ran away. It's kind of like, they were kind of like the Black Knight in Monty Python and the Holy Grail, you know, where you cut their arms off, you cut their legs off, and they're yelling at you like, you forfeit, you give up. 'Tis but a flesh wound. I'm like, okay, sounds good to me. Let's pick a spot here and let's try to catch up. T. Thompson says, good for you, Aaron. I'm glad you can move on from this. I'm happy about that. I'm very excited about that. You know what I'm really most excited about is that I finally got to tell everyone, I got to admit to everyone, I did it. I sent the text to Geno. I couldn't do that. They were preventing me from being able to say, I did that. It was a stupid thing to do. You know, talking to people in private conversations and being able to, you know, say, yeah, that's what I did. It was a dumb thing. It's probably a misdemeanor. So let's do that and let's, you know, let's put a bow on this thing and wrap it up. I'll take my $50. I'll take my probation like a man. Let's do this. But the felony I didn't commit. Like that, I wasn't going to plead to something I didn't do. But I pled to the thing I did, and I'm okay. I'm at peace with it. And they offered us something that changed our mind, you know. I'm going to trial, change my mind. And they were like, look, $50 and we keep your conditions on you. And I'm like, that sounds good to me. That works for me. I'm a cherubic sweet boy. I really am. It's got a little dirt. I'm an angel with dirty wings. That's all. I'm an angel with some dirt on my wings. No, see now, people like L-Train piss people off. He's like, another victory lap for the toe. Like, people are going, another win for the toe, blah, 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 blah. And then the people who hate me go, no, they're just saying that ironically. It's not another win for the guys. It is what you make it. I am encouraging you. Yesterday, pay attention and you'll be happier. I pled guilty to a crime. If you think I'm bad, you should be happy when bad things happen to me. If you were hoping for the felony, I told you from day one, it ain't gonna happen. That's not me bragging. That's just me trying not to get your hopes up. Now look what happened. You got your hopes up. Now look at you all hurting shit. It's like you guys were looking for a $3 billion treasure, and when you found $20 million, you turned your nose up at it. Come on, guys. This is the lesson it should teach you. If you're anti-steel toe or pro-onion or whatever, here's the lesson you learned yesterday. Don't take legal advice from Nick Rekieta, and you'll be fine. What did he got you guys all gassed up. He went dead to rights on the felony, jail time, blah, 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 blah. He was wrong. I told you he was wrong from day one. I'm a better legal mind than he. Don't listen to him. And if you won't listen to me, listen to Sean. Sean, by the way, has nailed every step of this from day one. I mean, Sean has been right on about all this legal stuff from Jump Street. And I know that the Onion Discord and the Reddits don't like him. And the reason they don't like him is because he doesn't tell them what they want to hear. He doesn't let them live in their fantasy world. He cracks that fantasy, and he's correct. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. The Treetop Armadillo says, did Keanu get brain damage at some point, or has she always been as dumb as she is now? We'll have Keanu back on the show sometime, and I think she would probably tell you she's as dumb now as she's always been. It's for sure. She's always been this dumb, if that answers your question. Mint Diggity says, are they still coping? Are they still having a rough time? Like I said, pled guilty to a crime. Yeah, Mint Diggity says they think it's real. Right. Mint Diggity, am I wrong, or do they think it's their life? They've honestly attached themselves to me so much that they believe that, like, this is happening to it's psychotic. People have been encouraging me. They're like, Aaron, get a gun. These people are going to come after you. I'm like, they're not. They don't leave their homes. It's fine. Where's the other one? Oh, by the way, making them feel. That's your guys' latest. Your latest cope is like, oh, yeah, Aaron's already violate. No, not in the least. And you guys have been trying this for you guys have been trying for a year now, ever since the Ashley thing. You guys have been trying. I mean, maybe you have to start understanding that you're full of shit. Like, how many times do you have to be wrong? Again, and all of it is to protect your bruised ego. Be like me. Drop the ego thing and just go, I did what I did. What do you do? Mint Diggity says they're convinced you committed a crime, making them. Yeah, every day they go, you totally violated your. I'm like, not even close, dude. Yeah, you totally did. 100. And by the way, get ready for that. I will probably be monitored by probation for a couple of months. And then it'll just be, carry on my wayward son. But just be ready for the next year or two for them every day just to go, oh, yeah, totally. They'll get to the point where they'll be making like Egyptian hieroglyphics. And they'll be saying, he said the word toaster, and the toaster secretly means this. And then he said the toaster's outside, actually. They'll be Charlie Day with the red strings and the conspiracy stuff. And who will they be doing it for? They'll be doing it for them. Mint Diggity says they are definitely wasn't sour grapes. And again, why would you have sour grapes? You're fine. Nothing happened to you. ECB says, stop right there. You violated the law. God damn it. Shit. All righty then. Shall we go to jail? I feel like if I broke the law yesterday, they would have told me when I got there. I think, sorry, guys. Sorry. Mike Big Hunt says, you did break the law. Well, yeah, yesterday I admitted I pled guilty to the crime I committed. But other than that, everything else, Mike Big Hunt, Right up here in that sick, rotten head of yours, buddy. Think you're going to like it. This was amazing. 1-2 skip to my Lou made me this sign. And he did such an incredible job. Email. More like Gmail, am I right? Let me send it to Geno. Your boy didn't do too bad. Did he? Sign. Oh my God, he just broke the law. There we go. Badman Elite says, how much was the fine? $50. $50 was the fine. And out the door. Chips and Root says, I'm happy this shit is done. You're still a complete... See, why can't more people be like Roots? He's got it nailed. You're still a complete F for doing that shit. And me even more of a F for doing it live on your air. So yeah, you're a forever F, a fat forever F. It was a fat forever F thing to do. See? You don't see that guy losing his fucking mind, going crazy, losing his shit? That's because Steel Toe makes him feel. Oh, because I'm enjoying the copes. Again, I did a bad thing. It was mean. It was terrible. The only people turning this into a win for me is you. Guys, I'm trying to hand you a W. Let me hand it to you, for God's sake. Dive Bar gifting a membership. Thank you very much, Dive Bar. 09 Canyon says, I did a bad thing. Try not to look so happy about it. Well, I'm happy it's over. You ever get a weight lifted off your shoulder? You get to confess something, admit it. I'm an old Catholic boy. Going to confession is a way to soothe your soul. The thing about being a Catholic, maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's growing up Catholic and doing confession. After confession, you feel good. After confession, you feel the weight of the saved. You know? That's how I feel. The only thing that makes me laugh about it is these people who act like I'm Charles Manson who got away with the Tate murders. It's crazy. Crazy. Darkside Aaron, this is another thing I saw as a cope from the Melton people. No. Go read the agreement. $50 is not a court fee. $50 is the fine. That's the agreed upon fine. I know you guys wanted more. I know, again, it's so strange when these people, they don't like reality, so they just change it in their head. Yeah, $50 isn't a fine. It's court fee. No, I don't have any court fees. Not as of right now, and it's not part of the agreement. $50 is the fine. And if that upsets you, again, don't let it upset you. There's no reason it should upset you. Here, if it makes you mad, you don't have to pay it. How's that? Besides, Miss Tay already donated $50 yesterday. I got a bunch of people who have thrown in $50. They want to pay the fine. It's like, guys, just relax. We got it. We're good. Dirtiest ape in the zoo that's a Jesse PS deal. I love that. $2. Aaron, are you willing to do what it takes to become the dirtiest ape in the zoo? No, because I'm not an ape in the zoo. I'm an angel with dirty wings. That's all I am, just an angel with dirty wings. Oh. Leah says, I'm a paralegal. Not all of us are dumb. I know the law better than a hell of a lot of attorneys. Okay, fine. Then the one who was commenting about my case a lot couldn't have got more wrong. She did. I mean, Leah, if you read a plea agreement and you saw $50 in the fine, would you ever assume that's court costs, or are you better at your job than that? Because there's that Friday chick. She so badly wanted this to be worse than it was. And again, I told everyone, I said exactly what it was. I told the truth. It was it was letter for letter what I said it was going to be. And this girl Friday was coping yesterday going, that's just court fees. That's just court fees. No, that's the fine. That is the fine. Mint Diggity says they're too emotional about it. They feel. Well, Steel Toe, Patrick kind of stole that from me. Steel Toe's always made him and his fans feel. Big time. I mean, I think that's kind of their cover for it, to be honest. Leah says, LOL, no, I wouldn't assume it was court costs. LMFAO, she's a moron. There you go. Leah knows more about the law than Friday because she understands the fine amount in the plea agreement is the fine amount. Treetop Armadillo says that Moody guy must be hurting the most. He was down the steel toe rabbit hole. That guy probably needs a psychiatrist. He's got serious problems. I don't know if it's his inferior DNA or what, but he's got some issues. Gross Misdemeanor says, "Oh, this guy learns absolutely nothing." What? For a year now, the conditions that I'll have on probation, I followed those conditions, no problem. What have I not learned? I haven't sent a damn text to Geno in ages with a picture attached to it. I'm sorry that golfing with you guys is funny to me, and I'm sorry that you take it personally. You guys aren't cut out for this. You really aren't. Honky says Joe Burrow is a sad guy. Dude. Mike Big Hunt, I don't know if there will be one. There was another part of the plea that the prosecution didn't want to do, so we just put it in there, and they didn't object to it. They were going back and forth about it. They're like, it was the restitution thing. We're like, let's close that up. There's no restitution here. And they're like, well, we don't know. So finally, they were going back and forth, back and forth. My attorney said, I'm putting it in there. Object to it if you'd like to. And they didn't. So that was nice. We got that all sewn up. That was another thing that was making people upset. Diesel Cat with $2 says, are we all caught up? Mr. Weekly says, how long will you be on probation? Maximum 2 years, minimum a couple of months. It's it's up to the probation people. Like, there'll be a maximum amount of time set that they'll observe me and have meetings with me. Usually on offenses where there aren't many conditions, and there's only really one condition on mine, it'll be a couple of months, and they'll go, all right, off you go. Like, I'll still have to, you'll never know when my conditions are up, because I plan on holding my conditions until the day I die. But yeah, I'll probably stop. My theory, they'll stop, or at least based on the advice and the counsel I've been given, they'll probably cut me loose after a couple of, months, probably within 6 months. So there's that, which is nice. Clopogram says, Aaron, was SP calling you a bad boy in bed last night? She calls me a bad boy all the time. I'm a naughty little devil. I'm a nut. But now she can't, she has kind of like a fantasy of like the felon, and she gets to like, she can fix him, right? And now I'm not that. She's like, it's not sexy to have a misdemeanorer. It's like, what is it, a guy with a speeding ticket? You're not cool anymore. And I'm like, it's not cool to do what I did. It's a bad, naughty thing. And she goes, I need a bad boy. I need a bad boy. And I don't. So I really offed myself yesterday. Ugh. Creepy. Really creepy. Mr. Weekly says, how long will you be on probation? I did answer that. It's going to be anywhere it's kind of up to the probation people. They did say that with the condition that I have, they'll probably check a couple of times and then say, off you go. Really anywhere from 0 months to 24 months. It's kind of, they have a lot of discretion on that. Dysrhythmia says, is probation a separate hearing, or you just find out? It's a separate hearing. It happens in June. They have to interview me first to make sure I'm not faking my guilty plea, basically. They got to be like, because some people, believe it or not, they'll plead guilty to something, and then when they get interviewed, they'll go, oh, I didn't really do it. Because they're fucking dumb, because criminals are stupid. And they'll go like, I just did it so I could get out of the thing. And it's like, guys, come on. So I got to do that. They also have to make sure that I'm not going to, beat anybody up or hurt anybody. They just got to. It's a responsible thing. Like, it's a responsible thing to do, to make sure that, the plea deal I've agreed to is amenable to the court. I get it. I get it. Let's go to our next link. What do we have? Great show, Toe. Thank you. If you agree and you think it's a great show, hit like, hit subscribe. Oh, here's Meme's show today. Meme's show is Steel Toe guilty and getting away with it. Oh, I don't. See, everyone else is saying I got away with it. Everyone else is saying another win for the toe. I'm saying I did a naughty bad boy thing, and I'm getting a naughty bad boy punishment for it. I think it's fair. What Post Malone song should we go with? Picking on Socialist Media says, who gives a shit why he left? Yeah, other people can write whatever they want in super chats. I don't think they know how that works. Like, they don't understand that, like, you guys writing a bunch of shit, you can write it a million times. It can't get me in trouble. I'm responsible for what I say. So, again, I'm sorry. I know that the fan fiction really helps you sleep at night, but don't come to me with it because I'll just keep telling you the way it is, just like I did with this plea agreement, and then it turned out to be exactly what I said it was. You guys aren't happy about that either. Mint Diggity says, maybe don't believe video game chair lawyers. Yeah, that's probably a good call. Well, you got to remember, between my divorce and this, you got to remember, I'm a better lawyer than Nick. You got to take my legal advice is like way more accurate than his. So I can't help it. It's, when the competition, like in Mortal Kombat or Mike Tyson's Punch Out, you start out against like a Glass Joe level guy. That's me in my legal career. That's all it is. It's just, it's playing down to your level of competition. Okay, guys, we got a couple links left. Yeah, sorry. No, Brian, I know you guys are trying to get yourself a win out of everything, but it ain't working. I'm sorry. It'll, keep trying to manifest it. I'm sure you will for a while. Do you want me to tell him, or do you want me to tell him, or do you want to tell him? You and your boys have been trying for the last 8 months, literally sending emails every day. And you know what they said to me? They said, I'm not going through these. They look like tough bullshit. So I'm sorry. Sorry that you guys send bullshit every day. Try to be a little less obsessed. All right, here we go. All right, what do we got? Okay, so we got one more link. Northside says the only fight Mersh lost was with poverty. Oh, by the way, Mersh was another one who said, Aaron's going to have to eat that felony. Aaron's going to have to eat that felony. Another one of your bets that didn't hit. Ouch. That's not good. Yeah, I'm not, look, I did a bad thing and I pled to a naughty thing that I did, but I will say this. There were a lot of people who I get to dunk on today because they said a lot of stupid shit and made a lot of their predictions, and it does feel good to point out how dumb they were and how wrong they were. Dead to rights on the felony, dead to right. Look, wish in one hand, shit in the other, then read my deal. He's going to have to eat that felony. He's going to have to eat that felony. Maybe if you would have spent a little more time knocking out that car note rather than worrying about what I wasn't going to have to plead to, you might be in a little bit better spot there, kid. You'll get there. You'll get there. Hey, look, life is a journey. It's, it's all about where you end up. Let's go with Dad Vet with $2. Says, Aaron, you should dump Geno as a friend. Yesterday, going on MLC talking shit about certain people. Well, he's allowed to do that. I'm not. I can't talk about that. Anybody else can. That's the mistake people make. I can't get in trouble for anything other people do or say. I'm responsible for me. The Syndicate says, Will Heron is nothing but a dancing monkey. Yeah, there's only, like, the thing about, like, what I pled guilty to yesterday, only 2 people's phones have had that picture on it. Like, so this idea that, like, oh, yeah, there was this photo that Aaron shared with Geno, and it was in this group thing. No, it was not in a group thing. It was a picture that I took. It was on my phone, and then it was on Geno's phone, and then it didn't exist. That's it. That's it. That's so yeah, Stevie Lou never knew because I've not been able to admit what I did until yesterday. So I've not been able to kind of let you know exactly what I'm guilty of. And yeah, that was it. It was only Geno and I. And I think Geno said in the documents that he showed Keanu. So only myself, Geno, and Keanu have ever seen what I pled guilty to yesterday. So there is that. That's the, if you guys are looking to close the door on the lore, so to speak, that's the, it's so weird because, like, in the evidence and stuff, like, Nick sent the prosecution and us, like, a bunch of stuff. Like, he sent a bunch, and it's like, no, that's, guys, I'm telling you, that's not what it is. But you can't really say that because you got to wait till you get a deal, and then you can admit, what you did. Don't know what to tell you. So yeah, Stevie Lou is now part of the law. I'm not saying he wants to be. I'm just saying that when people find eventually they'll find the clip, it'll be Stevie Lou's voice that you'll be hearing. Let's take Clopogram says, Aaron, on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being insane, how much did Geno piss you off last night on MLC? Not at all. That's the other thing. Like, nothing Geno says, I can't get in trouble for anything Geno says. I legit, like, there's a lot of fan fiction out there on that already, too. I had to pee. Like, no matter what Geno was going to say on MLC, I wasn't going to be there for it. I went, I peed, I came back. But, yeah, Geno can yell and scream and carry on all he wants. I just can't say anything or do anything about it. So no conditions that I'm under affect anyone else's behavior. Anybody else can say anything they want. I'm only responsible for me. Numero Uno says, under the terms of your plea deal, how long do you have to wait until you get into some new kind of trouble for show content? A year or two, probably. The maximum is 2 years, and I assume they'll just do that. They'll just go, well, we're going to do the 2 years. But it's just the terms of my release are extended for that amount of time. I probably won't be monitored by probation for more than a few months if I behave. So that'll be about the extent of it. That it's really the stiffest punishment for me, in my opinion. If you're asking me, Aaron, what's the stiffest punishment in this whole thing? The $50. That's the worst of it. The worst of it's the $50. The rest of it, I really didn't plan on doing anyway. So making it the terms of the probation is fine with me. It's why, well, if it's fine with me, it's fine with me. That's why we agreed to the deal. And I don't understand people getting mad at the deal I came up with. Again, I pled guilty to a misdemeanor. Like, you should, if you don't like steel toe, if you're a, team anti-steel toe person, you should be happy about that. You should be thrilled. It's not my fault you listened to a ex-lawyer and he said dead to rights on the felony. I told you from the very beginning that wasn't happening. Sorry. I'm sorry. But I did see you were having a tough time, Doom. I hope you've gotten your sense of humor back and you're better now. The denial therein about the fine, too, is kind of funny. I saw all the denials about, no, that's just court costs. It's not the fine. Read the paperwork. It's the fine. I'm sorry. Now that the court is done, can you call Geno and Keanu out over claiming Geno was disgusted by what you did? I'm disgusted by what I did. It was a fucking shitty thing to do. It was a boy thing to do. So, yeah, I can understand if he's disgusted. He's probably disappointed that his friend would do something so... I get it. Doom says, I don't know what you're talking about. I thought it was a fair resolution. You know me. I got these rats and these spies all over the place. They're always screenshotting shit and say, I open my DMs some days. I had to set it to only people I follow, I think. I think I've got it set there. If I don't, maybe this would explain my DMs. But, like, whether it's Twitter or Facebook or whatever, I got screenshots. I probably 8 a day. Probably dealing with about 8 screenshots a day of like, you should see this person's losing their fucking mind. And I'm like, and I use probably probably 3 or 4 of them a week. If that. Bro, I think this is like the dictionary definition of coping.
I don't know what it is, but it is extremely sad. You mean you watch a show you don't like with like a fucking ticker, like they did it again. They did it again. Look, that's 6 times. Like,
and you know what the own is? They made money. That's the own. Oh, And then when we start hitting and then when we start hitting the goal, they go, "Oh, and this one, by the way, this was totally fake." They just make up in their brain that it was fake because they don't like that their plan backfired on them. It's beautiful.
I have to know with these people because for the last few months they've been stacking up like punches in the face. At what point do they just realize, let's stop calling shots because they're coming right at me?
They're having a really hard time with the plea deal, which I don't understand because I had to plead guilty to a misdemeanor, which is, I would advise, the youth of America, this is not a good thing. You shouldn't behave that way. That was a really shitty thing to do. That sucks, and you should, you shouldn't do those things. And they're like, they can't handle the fact that it was just that because they listened to a brain damage tell him I was dead to rights on the felony. They listened to a guy who can't make his car payments say he's going to have to eat the felony on this one. And then they get mad at me, the guy who's told them the truth from the very beginning. I've told you the straight dish. I've been your pal. I've been your friend. I've gone, guys, by the way, no jail time, no felony. There's just going to be a fine. And I've said that for months. And then I said, guys, there's a deal on the table now, and it's exactly what the deal ended up being. And they just go, no.
It's weird, too.
It's very strange.
Someone was in my show last week, like, are you going to do a show yourself Monday morning? And it's like, so apparently, I guess the belief was you weren't going to be here to do a show Monday?
I guess
I was
not.
just like, all right, you keep hoping for that and just see who's disappointed. All right.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. So then when the $50 fine came out and it's in writing, their new cope was, no, that's just a court fee. Like, no, it's not a court. A court fee would be more like $200. A court fee is more.
Yeah.
Than what my fine was. Like, some people have paid court fees when they get it. If you fight a speeding ticket, a lot of times you'll get a court fee. They'll say you got to pay. You got to pay the fine for the ticket, and here's a court fee added on. So no, it's not a court fee. It's the actual fine. Like, if you're smart, if you're not a dipshit, like, this is my thing. I have to tell people how to properly hate me because they keep getting in their own way. What you do is you say, I had to plead guilty to a misdemeanor. I lost $50. That fucking sucks. You look ridiculous because you did this really stupid, retarded thing. Ha, 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 ha.
My behavior was unacceptable.
Your behavior was unacceptable. Ha, 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 ha. I don't know why. They always forget the ha, 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 ha part. Like, the desire to kill Aaron, to destroy Hulkamania. Which you shouldn't want because then your boy's golfed.
Right.
Like, it's over. Steel Toes box office, bro. You don't want to kill me. I'm the golden goose. But then the golden goose is golden and you go, no, it's brass. Guys, it kind of makes you look pathetic. No offense. So they're basically taking an L for me and like pitching it as a W. And I'm like, okay. All right.
Once again, strange cope.
It's very odd, but I'm used to you guys being Wile E. Coyote and me being the Roadrunner at this point. I mean, that's kind of where we're at.
I wouldn't understand why after this rate, you literally just with your track record, why they wouldn't just go, no, well, he said that. So
yeah.
So that's probably going to be the way it is. And a lot of people are, no, he's lying. But but why would he start now?
Yeah,
he wasn't lying. Even people on like Kiwi Farms and people who don't know you or care at all have to be like, no, he's pretty much he's shot straight every time. Yeah. Everything he said is kind of become the way I'm swifting into a toesy now. But yeah, so watching that dude too much.
I think the problem is I need to be a bigger supervillain than I am. And so they're like, well, fuck it. I can either move on to something else or I can just pretend that he's Mothra.
Right, you're Bullseye, and they want you to be Kingpin. And it's like, no, he's just Bullseye's good enough. All right, Bullseye's good enough.
I'm not even Bullseye. I'm Mr. Magoo.
I'm Howard the Puffin Duck.
I'm just Mr. Magoo over here. By the way, the people who got gifted subs by Miss Tay over on Rumble, All You Can Eat Negro, Budapest, Deutsch Chad. Coyote NV with $4.99 says, will the show continue from the big house? Oh, yeah. When I go to jail. By the way, that's going to be the next year of these poor people's lives.
That's going to happen.
They're going to be like, they're going to keep reporting. You know, they've been reporting me for 8 months.
Yeah.
Literally every day for 8 months, they've been, oh, yeah, he's violating the terms of his release. Never have, not once. Even when other people do, which is totally allowed, I still go, nope, not me. They're going to be doing that for the next year. They've been doing it. They've been trying and they've been failing. And what they're not understanding is that, like, what that does is it makes the people who handle this case go, I'm not taking any of these seriously.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not.
They're literally playing the boy who cried wolf game. So they better hope that you don't ever actually do anything worth reporting. Because
they very clearly don't care. Like, in particular crimes, you know, some people might care about, like, victims and things like that. There's definitely a patch of people who hate steel toe so much that they will inflict pain on the victim of a crime just to try and get the person who may have pled guilty to said crime. And if you do that, I have bad news for you. You need to see a psychiatrist. You're not well. You're not well. And, like, a person you don't know, that's the other thing. Like, if you knew the person and you held a grudge and they, like, you know, fucked you over at work or something, okay, that's still psychotic, but there's a reason. You're just doing it because you don't like how I smile and wink at you when I bust your balls. It's really tough and strange.
You guys know you can tune into other shit on the fucking internet.
No. Keep watching me and everything associated with me because it just proves my point and I like being right. 2:45 away from today. Thank you guys for all the contributions. You know, SP has a really good attitude about my weight and getting healthy and all that. She's got a very good demeanor. And we're not married. So she would not be a Mrs. She would be, what's the word?
A Ms.
She would be a Miss. Yeah, so Miss. And with that great attitude, we got to think of a nickname for her. She's got a really good attitude. She kind of sets my attitude straight, and she carries the prefix Miss. So that would be Miss Attitude? No. Miss Positivity? Miss, help me out here.
Misdemeanor?
Oh, misdemeanor is great. That is because she has a good demeanor, a good attitude, and all of that. I think misdemeanor would be perfect. No, Chad Buzamok, not Mrs. Tart Wrangler. That has nothing to do with any of the features that we were talking about. Honky says Miss DeGaulle. No, we don't want to Miss DeGaulle. Nobody wants Miss DeGaulle. I hate her. All right, let's go. 220 is the number. Oh, did you see I made Fox 9 again?
Again? What did you do
Yeah,
now?
they reported on my on the plea deal.
Aw.
Ask me if they called me for any comment.
Did they call? No, they didn't.
No, of course not. That would be a journalistic thing to do. Calling the source for a comment on the story. That would be...
Who the hell do you think you are? Keanu C. Thompson? Like you're going to get some sort of on-air time?
I got to get shot at for that.
Right.
You really got to roll the dice. Yeah, I found out what not only what a hack job Fox 9 is, but also how much they still hold that Jason Matheson thing against us.
Oh, they're still pissed.
They're still really pissy about the Jason Matheson thing. Because, like, CARE 11, KSTP, WCCO, they haven't written a word about it because it's not that big a deal. You know,
nobody gives a shit.
Hey, this guy pled to a misdemeanor. What'd he do? He texted his friend a picture. And it's like, okay, that really seems like something that shouldn't even be like a big deal for any of us. Seems like we got a lot of shit to talk about, and that's not one of them. And then, Fox 9 is the only one, and the reason is very simple. They got really, they're still not happy.
They're cowpoked at the drive-thru.
Yeah, they're still not happy about
And you're Dave 25 in this scenario.
Yeah, they're still mad about the Jason Matheson thing. 100%. God damn, they can hold a grudge, huh?
Oh, man.
You got
At least they know how to pick their shots.
Right? It's kind of impressive. The fact that we're still in their head after all these years.
Right? It's almost like if they put us back on the air, we'd be horrible to people.
It's that's one of our cease and desists we got. Fox 9 was really pissed about the Jason Matheson thing. They're like, you stop talking to him right now, or talking about him right now, which is such a fucking dumb thing to do because, like, he's a public figure. We're watching his show and roasting the shit out of him.
It's not our fault. He sucks.
Yeah.
Or even if he's good, we're still ripping on him. Like, chill.
Oh, one of Melton's people has a conspiracy theory on the Fox 9 thing.
Okay.
One of Melton's minions is accusing Johnny of talking to his brother, who has connections to media, who contacted Fox 9 to cover Aaron. It's all you, Johnny.
My brother doesn't have connections to media. He did like in the 90s.
I will say this. The desperation will never stop making me laugh.
Also, the media connections were for Care 11, which is not a Fox affiliate.
And I didn't even get on Care 11. God damn it. Everybody's got... I do better. The business does better. The show does better. Things level up. And you guys are... You know that if I get compliments, my head gets big, so you don't give me the compliments. But I wish you guys, like Buzamok and all these guys, I wish they could drop the act for a second and admit your boy didn't do too bad, did he? I think that's what we want to do. Kevin Soundboard, would you prefer this? Is this what you'd like? If I turn that way, would it be better? Kevin Soundboard is really upset that I was turned this way towards the other monitor. It's funny. I don't know. There's so many insults being thrown around in that one comment. It's very meta. Rexstart parody account says not helping those rumors about SP leaving. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. Yeah, SP's leaving. That's the newest one out there. Oh no, the newest one is that my $50 fine is not a fine. It's just court fees because it has to be worse. It can't just be that. Doom says, "Holy shit, this is horrid." You're wrong. I got sent screenshots of this, and for this being day one, you know, $75 away from tonight. Thank you very much. 75 away from crushing it. Johnny Rocket, don't worry about it, buddy. Just because I kind of gave you an L there, you can regroup. You can throw another one at me. You got this, buddy. I believe in you. You got to encourage the really dumb ones. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, awesome background. I love the new look. Thank you. People seem to love it. Even numero uno Josh Denny fan. Had to give it the props, as the kids say. Okay, Johnny Rocket's back. You guys ready? Let's see if Johnny Rocket learned something, came back harder. He says, misdemeanor. Is that your new wife to share? Hey, that one's not bad. I mean, I made the misdemeanor joke about SP this morning, but you're second. Second ain't bad. Silver medal. A lot of people don't get that. Not bad, buddy. Johnny Rockets is back in the game, guys. He's back in the game. $70 away from tonight's goal. Thank you very much. Dr. Rondo paying forward his membership from Miss Tay, giving one to Renke, who I saw Renke was having a rough day today. So that helps Renke quite a bit. And then Miss Tay gifting another membership, this one going to Coltrane. Very nice. And then Coltrane forwarding his membership to Klopogram. Well, you know, Klopo, that means the ball's in your court. You can forward that bad boy and keep this vibe going if you'd like. Bird Collector says, do you think of the people commenting on your Bring Me the News? No, I haven't seen any of the comments or anything like that. We can, I'll check it out at some. No, I probably won't check it out. Because really, it's going to be people saying what a piece of shit I am. And I get it. Like, if you don't know me, and you go, oh, he texted his friend a picture. Like, that's a naked move. Yeah, it's a naked move. But, you know, when you're in the news, when you're a public figure, like I've been for over a decade now, you're kind of numb to it, you know? People's public perception is, oh, you're a piece of shit. Well, yeah, of course they're going to think you're a piece of shit. That's the only thing they know about you. That's fair. That's fair. I don't get bent out of shape with people I don't know talking about what a piece of shit I am when the only thing they're told about me is what a piece of shit I am. I mean, I believe it. I believe it. JB Gunner says, I've never known a dude that didn't share a pic or two with their friends. I'm going to be very honest with you, and we talked about this last week. I didn't know it was illegal when I did it. I really didn't. I didn't know that you couldn't text your buddy a picture of a girl you're with. I didn't know. I mean, look, ignorance of the law is no excuse for breaking it, 100%. But I don't know. After sentencing, we'll talk about some of the discovery and what the real motivation for all this was. I mean, look, here's the thing. When people are vindictive and they want to get you, like, say, Nick, just because the motives aren't pure and just because you're doing it purely out of spite doesn't mean that the person you're targeting didn't hand you the gun to shoot them with. I mean, I handed them the gun. So what are you going to... I handed the state the gun they needed, essentially. You live and you learn. Helgi was gifted a membership by Hitler. Somehow I believe that he's faking that. Somehow I believe that he's faking that. Who's on the clock? Piffy Puffs is on the clock for the gifted memberships as he got one from Dysrhythmia. Thank you, buddy. Hey, guys, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Helps the show, helps the algorithm, makes me feel better. So hit that thumbs up if you're not, especially if you're not doing anything else. If you don't feel like throwing a few bucks at the toe, that's fine. But if you're not going to do that, doesn't take much to just go down, hit that thumbs up, and, you know, show the world that you love the show. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, etc. Let's break in that PayPal today. Again, 280 is our number. And like I said, I want to have one of those old school days where we just plow right through it. Right there. Chad Buzamak with a good question before we jump in. We're just about all caught up. We get some more gifted memberships. Some people throw in a little. We'll stick around here. But we do have a bunch of stories to get to today. I've got to show you the Charles Manson thing from last night. You asked Chad Buzamak. We had a bit of fun on the evening show. He says, did KB pay you for your appearance? He brought in, oh, go back. I lost it. He brought in lots that day thanks to the toe. He should have kicked it up. Kevin didn't invite me on the show. I believe Keanu did. So no, he did not pay me, but I don't see it as like, I don't want this to be clipped and people be like, oh, shit, Kevin didn't pay Aaron. He's a piece of shit. I wasn't a booked guest. I didn't expect to be paid. If I came on with the understanding that there was going to be a little something kicked my way, yeah, I'd be a little annoyed. But I didn't go on the show thinking, you know, I'm going to get a few bucks here from old Kevy Brenny. It was never the expectation. But, Buzamak, I understand why you wanted the answer to that question, and I understand what you're going to do with the answer to that question, and it's fine. It's fine. 191 Redbird with $1 says you wouldn't invite your buddy over. Why the fuck would you send a picture? Everyone knows that's illegal if you get... Because I'm an idiot. I don't think anything that happened with that whole deal happened because I'm a super smart guy. Easy Money's wife with $4.99 says, let's not have a begging day. That's all we hear. Love Steel Toe, though. Hey, we're not having one. We're doing great. 275 so far. Let's keep it up. Shit, well, I might as well pack it in. I guess people found out that I made my first little court request for a vacation. I got to call my lawyer again because he entered the wrong dates. It's a wider span. I don't think they really care. It's kind of a ballpark thing, but I don't want to fuck up my first one. SP and I decided that a little trip was in order, with all this stuff being over with and all of this nonsense and horse shit being done, that we would take a few days for one of the long weekends. So I'm excited about that. But like, people found it already. It's amazing. People, they scrounged the internet and they just find shit. It was like hours, because I emailed my lawyer and I said, I need these dates. And he sent it off to prosecutor. Prosecutor said, no problem. Sent it off to the judge. And I believe the judge has said no problem. I heard today. I could be wrong. But either way, it looks like we're good to go. And I'm heading off to relax a little bit. And I'll be honest, play golf. Probably play golf. If there's carts in the area, I'll find a carts table. But other than that, relax, drink, have a good time. I do find it really fascinating, though. Like, it started out as kind of a bit. It started out as a gimmick. We would say, hey, Steel Toe is box office, baby. But I went on Fox 9 today, and that tweet of our show and, like, the news and the charges and everything, that is by far, like, they get no traction on Twitter. They get nothing. Everything's got, like, 3, 4, 5 likes. Ours is all over the place. Steel Toe's box office, baby. You could argue I'm the biggest news story in Minnesota right now. It's, and look, when you have a show, any press is good press. I'm not kidding you. Everybody needs a bad guy. Everybody needs a heel. So, the Bring Me the News article, it's the biggest thing they've got on that platform. So I'm pretty, when we say Steel Toe is box office, Steel Toe's box office, baby. I just hope they share some of that box office with me. Bigot on Socialist Media says, people will be digging through your garbage. I don't think so. Bocephus the Negromancer says, vacation to Epstein Island, you freaky stuff. It's not called Epstein Island anymore, so it's totally fine. My Lost Interest says, Aaron frantically searching for a new vacation spot. Yeah, now all of a sudden I want to go to the Maldives. Holy shit. Let me see. I know I got to get permission to leave the state. What about the country? It's just a misdemeanor. I should be able to leave the country. I can go to the Maldives, go online and taunt the Jews. I just pled guilty to something and I can still be here. Wear a Palestinian flag. JB Gunner TV. Jesus, I can't. No, I did see, was it Numero Uno or was it Buzamak who put the picture, the clip up today of Chad saying that he didn't think I should have ever been charged with anything. He thought it was a bullshit charge. I appreciate that. I mean, what I've said from the very beginning was, did I violate the letter of the law? Yes. Did I violate the spirit of the law? I don't know. Like, well, Zumach said, quote, he said, well, then we're all guilty of that crime. And, I appreciate that. It does take a lot of balls for someone to admit that, because I see a lot of, like, fake pearl clutching from a lot of dudes, which is embarrassing, where they're like, oh, how could you ever? And Chad just came out and said it. He goes, if, sending off a text is a crime, then Chad said, then I'm guilty. We're all guilty. And I was like, you know what? That's an honest guy. When a guy who doesn't even like you can be honest about it, I think that's a dude move right there. All right, let's get into some shit, shall we? We've been talking. 170 away from tonight. Here says, fact, 100% of the people worshiping a dead George Floyd as a martyr would have called the cops on him if he approached them. He was a nuisance and a bum. Hashtag free Chauvin. Wow. 265 away from today's goal. Wow, you guys really got it down there quick. Thank you so much. Keep it going. This is great, guys.
Let's quash that thing out and just do a show.
Thank you. Yeah, that's what we've been doing so far. You guys keep up those 5s and 10s. We're solid. 265 is the number. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Nova says, Aaron, are you going to give us a live review of the Megan Fox Please Pity Rekieta letter to the judge. I don't need to. It doesn't have anything to do with me. You know, anytime you hear me...
Is it a real thing?
Yeah, anytime you hear me talk about Nick, it's usually in reaction to some crazy coping he did about me. Really, yesterday... So I found out that Nick's just a Steel Toe fan now. Like, I've broken this guy so bad that Mr. Former #1 Super Chat getter is now just relegated to can't stop consuming Steel Toe content. And he was commenting yesterday because he likes Jeremy from The Quartering. Nick is all about kind of parasocial relationships because he doesn't have real friends. And so he globs on to Jeremy, and I was making fun of Jeremy yesterday, and another one of his, dude, he did a 14-minute video complaining about one negative 1-star review on his coffee on Amazon, and was acting like this one-star review was the reason why his coffee company was losing hundreds of thousands of dollars.
No, it's losing hundreds of thousands of dollars because you overinvested in a coffee company.
Right. So then Nick's like, hey, Jeremy, you can take advice from this guy. Yeah. It's like, not giving him advice. I'm just talking about what a rusty party is. But I said, no, you know what, Jeremy? You probably should take advice from Nick. I mean, after all, he too was about $300,000 in debt for payments he couldn't make. Jeremy, you don't happen to have an extra house lying around anywhere, do you? Because you could cannibalize that to pay your debts. No, I'm sorry. He didn't lose a house. He leveraged debt. Leveraging debt. It's way different. Way different. So, no, but to clue you in on what he's talking about, this YouTuber, Megan Fox, who there's never been a more never been a more misleading name in the history of social media than this Megan Fox. And I don't know, she seems like a decent enough person. She seems like a nice gal, but she's got daddy, I can fix him, you know? And she wrote a letter to the judge about how he should be nice and lenient to Nick. And I'll be honest, I didn't read the letter, so I'm not going to comment about what's in it. But usually, because he's going to his sentencing on Friday, they've got a plea deal accepted. Like, it's done. And there's
not a whole lot to do now.
Yeah, there's guidelines. And Minnesota is very lenient on drugs. He's going to have to not drink and not do drugs for probably about 5 years. And then it'll all go bye-bye. I was actually looking at the dates. This is lovely. You'll see this is very romantic. My misdemeanor and Nick's felony will be coming off our records at about the same time. Aw.
That's it. You guys can get together and remember the good old days.
Nick and I can double book a convention hall, and we can have a clean record party. That'll be fun. You know it doesn't
being weird, but yeah, we could do it.
You know what doesn't get expunged from your record?
What?
Your kid testing positive for your cocaine.
Oh, I didn't know that, but I'll never have that problem. So,
but you don't. I don't have that problem either. I don't have that problem either. Oh, Dysrhythmia says you two can do another hot tub stream. That sounds like fun.
Back to where it all began.
Somebody says, crazy, you can get in trouble with drugs in your home and kids test positive, and you get to keep your kids and get no jail time. Minnesota is cuffed.
Yep.
Well, here's the idea that Minnesota has. If you're a drug addict, and he refuses to say he is one, but he's a drug addict. I watched him up close. He was a drug. I mean, when you need it he wasn't doing it because he wanted to. He was doing it because he needed to. When you're doing it every day, for a long period of time, you're a drug addict. So we don't need to bandy about terms or anything like 100% drug addict. When you are that and you don't get help, the chances that you, relapse, remarkably high, like in the 90%. Like you got to humble yourself. You got to admit what you are, and you got to face it head on. I mean, he has this idea that like, oh, the government's not going to let me drink, so I can do it. It's like, no, that's not how it works, dude. That's not how it works. You haven't quit drinking, in my opinion. You don't exhibit either that or it's just dry drunk brain damage. But you haven't exhibited the behavior of someone who's quit drinking. You know, if addiction weren't a thing, there wouldn't need to be government mandates that you don't do it. The reason that they have the mandates is because nobody can quit doing the shit, even when the government tells them they can't. Like, if all it took was someone telling you can't do drugs, nobody would ever get arrested for drug possession. The government already tells all of us we can't do drugs.
And a lot of us go, right, and I don't.
Oh, wait, you?
No. I mean, mine are legal now, so.
Oh, let's get in under the wire. I see how it is.
Right. I snuck it in under the wire. I'm not an addict. I'm just very well medicated. I love life.
Dwight Shad says the numbers say 99% without treatment. Not exaggerating. Oh, fuck. Do you want to do this letter? I really don't. It has nothing to do with me, nothing to do with the show. I don't, yeah.
The only thing that intrigued me for a brief moment was like, I was like, wait a minute, how the fuck did Nick get Megan Fox to write him a letter? Yeah, right. And then I was like, you're like, oh, and it's not, it's some streamer lady. It's not Megan Fox. I'm like, oh, then everything that I had invested in this just set sail. We're good.
Megan Fox, the other Megan Fox wrote me a letter once.
What did it say?
Stop calling.
I think it's called a restraining order.
It was from a law firm. I thought that was weird. Why would she contact me from there? But I think it's just because she wanted me to know it was official. She loves me. And
I'll see you soon, baby cakes.
JB Gunner TV with $1 says, need a nighttime co-host? I have one. It's Chad Buzamak. It's my nighttime co-host. So yeah, it's but yeah, I found out that Nick's a big Steel Toe fan. I'm very pumped about that. I just love having fans. I love having people who are looking for a way to do things because they don't do it anymore. They're looking for inspiration, and I'm glad to be that inspiration. Johnny, I'm just glad I can help people, especially addicts, Mm-hmm. I really like that I can help people with drug problems and drinking problems. Honestly, I think if he does get through these next 5 years without any violations, I think I'm owed a thank you. I think I helped him quite a bit. I mean, would this all have crashed down so spectacularly if it wasn't for me? Yes or no?
I would have to say no, because, really, I think it was just the.
And how fucked on cocaine would this guy be if it hadn't all burned down to the ground?
Right now, because this all happened, he put the brakes on it now when he can, before
Johnny,
more damage was done.
We can very much, and I think everybody watching this show and who will watch this clip on Alyssa's channel and Stalin's channel will agree, I saved Nick Rekieta's life.
I don't know if I'd go that far.
I do.
I just don't know, but.
All right, how about for comedic purposes? Would you go that far?
Sure, yeah. I mean, absolutely.
I do believe that I saved Nick Rekieta's life. And did you know he hasn't thanked me?
What a dick.
Told me to kill myself.
That is not very reciprocal of the generosity you have given him.
I've given him the grace that only a God could give.
I've given him all of my love.
Johnny, I held his life in my hands, and I was given the decision, destroy this life that's in your hands or save it. And what did I choose to do?
Save it?
I chose to save it. I chose life. And, now I know how God feels. Because I am
underappreciated.
Yeah, I'm Nick Rekieta's God. I harvested his soul. I saved his life. I saved him from an early exit from this world, from drugs and alcohol and everything else. And Johnny, what appreciation does he show his maker?
I have no idea.
He brought his God up on charges. God has a misdemeanor on his record because Nick Rekieta was angry with his creator. I mean, you save a guy's life, Johnny. You save his life. And people don't appreciate it.
It's just not fair, man.
No, thank you. I appreciate it. Can I tell you something? Can I tell you something between you and me?
What's that?
It hurts my feelings.
I mean, it should hurt your feelings. You did so much for this man. I mean, and keep in mind, you had to do it at a personal cost. In order to save his life, you had to walk
gave him the gift of life and a second chance that few others get. There was
giving you chocolates.
There was a note that I left that I forgot to deliver, though. And this is
the note.
It said, "Don't forget to pay the mortgage."
Ooh. All right, so look, I don't know now. I think we might have to downgrade you from God to sainthood because that's an important ball to drop, my friend.
God can be forgetful. North Sentinel Island.
The land that God forgot.
I'm sorry I forgot to deliver the note. I was busy saving his life. It's a thankless job being a saver of souls. But that doesn't mean I'm going to stop doing it. By God, I'm going to save people. Let's go to Wally World. Says, Aaron, would you like us to write a letter to your judge for $4.99? No, I mean, usually it's for sentencing is when someone gets found guilty of a crime. And then there's going to be sentencing and people can speak at it. I mean, when you got a deal reached, and there's sentencing guidelines and all that. I don't know. Poignant Pachyderm is an actual PDF. Oh, this is a seething super chat from someone. So there's this guy, Poignant Pachyderm, and I read your stuff in YouTube. It's very funny. Poignant Pachyderm likes to write Melton is a PDF file at the end of every show.
Oh, I know. Poignant Pachyderm's been on my show a few times with that, yeah.
So this person, that really apparently got to this person to the point. Now, Poignant Pachyderm, the school of trolling and the school of being an expert heel, this is a win for you, buddy. Someone created an account to shit on you because they're angry at the joke writing you do in the chat. Attaboy. Then we've got 191 Redbird with $5. Says, God was a dipshit of a level that would make Jake Hudson blush. Oh, glad you put New Boot Goofing at the end of that. You don't want to tempt your creator. You know, as a god,
because he'll turn off this show and come down here. Oh, wait, sorry, wrong creator.
As a god, I can say that you do like to be shown appreciation. So does this mean that Nick is kind of exhibiting the feeling towards gods that Christian Bale did in Thor: Love and Thunder?
I'd say probably.
I think so. I think so.
He just wants to end them all. It's not fair.
JH says, Aaron, you did save Nick Rekieta's life. That's what I'm trying to say. Said you did save Nick Rekieta's kid's life. Well, I wouldn't. I mean, let's not bring them into the joke. I saved Nick's life, though, for sure. And he's being very reluctant towards my saving. But, Nick, you're welcome. You're old.
Yeah, buddy, all we need is a thank you.
This would have been way worse if it weren't for me. And, hey, you know what? Look at me, Johnny. No hard feelings. Happy to do it.
Even at the cost, it's all good.
Even though those charges, and I want to give him the Godfather part too. I know it was you, Fredo. You broke my heart. Even though it was you, Fredo, I want to let you know I'm still happy that I saved your life. I'm still happy that when the embers and ashes of your life were put in my hands, I chose to rebuild them. And again, you're welcome. Did I get the message through in this last 15 minutes or so?
No, I don't think so. We should probably be clear. Just
well, you know what?
Succinct time.
You know, I got a lot of shit.
Short, sweet, boom.
I got a lot of shit to get to today. We'll circle back.
Okay. Sounds good.
By the way, all this came up because the audience asked me if I read the Megan Fox letter.
Now, that's awesome.
Now Leah says, after all of this, you have to read it. If we get to $200 on the goal by 8 o'clock, I'll do it. Honky with $1 says, cocaine saved Aaron. A drugless polycule would have put Aaron in a pit of degeneracy that would have made a redemption nigh impossible. I would have never become a god. You know, when Gozar asks, are you a god? You know what I respond with every time?
Yes.
I say, ask this guy, and I point to Nick. And he has to begrudgingly say, not only is he a god, but he's the god I believe in. Well, he smited his other one. So I'm backup god. I'm the Sam Darnold of gods.
Oh, I have to use the restroom. I will be right back.
You have to use the restroom?
Yeah.
There's no rest for the wicked.
Well, believe me, it's going to be a lot of work to get there.
All right, guys, I got a little news. We'll finish up this Carmelo Anthony thing that I took a bit of a detour from. For the $5 dead game, $250 away from this morning's gold. Keep going, guys. You're right on track. Keep those 5s and 10s coming. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. You guys want that letter read? I'll read you that letter if we get to 200 by 8 o'clock. Because it's not something I particularly wanted to do today. But I also want to give the paying customers what they ask for. So it's kind of up to you. This story I wanted to wait until Johnny got back, but he takes 2-hour bathroom breaks. So this is about kind of a kindred spirit. First, let's go to some of the listener texts that we've got coming in. If this doesn't have Nightwave written all over it, I don't know what does. You know, Mersh had a great legal take the other day. I think he should make it in LawTube.
Okay, what was his legal take?
Really good legal take. Mersh said, and I quote, Aaron's going to have to eat that felony.
Did you eat it? What did it taste like?
No, they were so desperate to dismiss it that they offered me just a $50 fine.
Oh.
Yeah. So kind of the complete opposite of what Mersh said, but like, hey, you can't hit a home run if you don't swing the bat.
Right, dude. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Bingo. Bingo was his name-o. So officials said it was determined that the bullet entered and exited her right calf without hitting the bone or artery. Just a flesh wound. Chad Buzamok, or no, not Chad Buzamok, my other buddy, numero uno Josh Denny fan, had a tweet that he wanted me to see. And it was he said it was a Chad Zumach tweet. And here we go. Anon don't ask on Twitter. Let me take a look here. He says, I rarely screenshot and repost promotions for comedy specials, but Chad is such a unique mind that I will be reposting this. Chad is something that really should be watched. Truly tremendable. You know, Chad Zumach got Steel Toes back yesterday and said I never should have been charged with a crime. Look at that.
That was very, very nice of him.
He said what Aaron did, he said we're all guilty of. I'm not kidding. Chad Zumach gave me an I am Spartacus moment.
My, how the tables have turned.
Do you want to see this clip?
Yeah.
This is from numero uno Josh Denny fan. This is Chad Zumach giving me the I am Spartacus.
You said
here's the thing. All feelings aside for anything, it was a bullshit charge.
Now look, there is a difference between the letter of the law and the spirit of the law.
Mm-hmm.
I do believe that the way the law is written, I broke it. Misdemeanor, not felony. I 100% broke that. Now, is what I did the thing that the spirit of the law is trying to protect from? I don't believe so. I don't believe that's what I don't think they had texting your buddy a picture of a woman you're sleeping with. I don't think they had that in mind when they wrote the law. They were like, someone's going to share it on Facebook or Twitter or Hub or something like that.
Someone's going to be mad you broke up with them, and they're going to put it up in a public restroom, like that kind of idea.
Yeah.
The blatant, vacant sharing with unknowns.
Right. So I understand what Chad's saying here. However, that doesn't mean you hand people the gun and you give them the vengeance that they're seeking out. I mean, it's a dumb move on my part.
Come on. I mean, it was a douchey thing for him to do, but really? Texting a photo of a naked woman to somebody else? Really? That's a crime? Okay.
Yeah.
Guess I'm guilty too.
Whoa! I am Steel Toe. I am Steel Toe. Look at that.
That'll be $50, Chad. That'll be $50.
I need to recoup.
Tampa Police Department, come get me. Jesus Christ. We've all done it. I mean, I've never done it on camera.
Hey, you just admitted to it, though, on camera. Come on. Same now.
I don't know that I've ever done it, actually. I've never shared a picture of an intimate nature that somebody's given me. I've never texted it or sent it to somebody else.
Yeah, I've only done it one time.
Yeah. I've never done that. I've never sent it off.
You're not steel toe? You're not doing the Spartacus thing with Chad here?
No.
Wow.
No, I am cripple.
That means that Chad has
like,
more loyalty to me than you do on this subject.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Or have I?
Oh. Look at naughty boy Chad. So of all the people to give an I am Spartacus moment,
it was Chad Zuma.
Chad Zumach. So numero uno Josh Denny fan then decided, so Kevin Spacey did this Tim Dillon promotion for his comedy special. Oh, man. So he's looking for a black female attorney. I mean, you can't fuck around with that shit when you're in as much trouble as he is. You just got to go, I need the best, most expensive, most cutthroat defense attorney. I need the best there is. Like, honestly, I talked to people with my whole thing, and I was like, who do I get? And they went, you get Nick Peterson. That was the Better Call Saul of this area. They said, oh, what do you got going on? I'm like, I got this, and that. And he goes, Peterson. And, dude, now that the plea deal is over, I have to say this about Todd Peterson. You're in Minnesota. You get in any kind of trouble, you call Todd Peterson right away. Here's what he's going to – I mean, you talk about a measure twice, cut once guy. This whole time we were going through this thing, he was cool as a cucumber. They'd throw deals at us, and he'd be like, that's horse shit. They'd throw deals at us. He'd go, that's horse shit. And what he kept telling me was, he goes, when they figure out what a shit show this whole thing is, we're going to get exactly what we want. They found out exactly what a shit show it was. They gave us more than what we wanted, because then there was the Keanu Geno thing that they probably weren't showing up. And it was like, guys, we got to come to a conclusion here. And basically it was, Aaron, I mean, you can fight this if Geno and Keanu aren't going to be here. It's looking pretty good, but you don't want to. We don't really want to, keep bothering with all this shit. What do you say we figure something out? And we figured something out. And it was, in my opinion, it's all because Todd was patient. He was calm. He has ice water in his veins. Unbelievable job. Did he need somebody with ice water in his veins? He doesn't need to start. And by the way, if that turns out to be a black female lawyer,
good for her.
Yeah, great. Good for her. But you can't be just going, all right, DEI lawyer, we're going to be good. Ooh, how about, isn't Kamala?
I was about to say.
D, the Y. By the way, I forgot Royston Bailey earlier, $2. He said, gingers are the anagram of white people. We got it, Royston. Leo with $1 says, for the people who say you should have fought, Aaron's attorney saved him money. That's a good attorney, one that doesn't try to keep the case churning. I mean, it was a discussion because we knew, it was that line in Rounders. We know what we're holding and we know what you're holding. And it was like, for me, it was the amount of people I'd have to put through that. I don't want to put them through that. There were a lot of people who didn't want to go through that. I didn't want to put them through it. Whether I, like those people, don't like those people, whatever. I didn't want to put myself through it. It sounded like stress. And also, no matter how good we looked on the Geno and Keanu thing, there's always a chance, right? Always a chance that you lose. Here, they're handing you a $50 fine and a misdemeanor. Fucking take it. That was
basically what you've got if you go with this. That one's still a question mark. Though it looks prosperous and like it'll go your way, you don't know.
Yeah. By the way, somebody saying that Todd got me out of a bullshit DUI, says Trampling at the Zoo. The man's great. The man's unbelievable at what he does. And also, there was one former lawyer who said dead to rights on the felony. And he didn't realize that, real lawyers do a better job than that. Let's go to... No, I don't. Guy Sartell says the way you're talking about him shows you owe him a lot of money. No, I'm all paid up. But I really am thankful. He really did an amazing job. He's a pro's pro. He's an absolute professional.
He wants to stay in his good graces for when he needs him in the future.
I'm not going to need him ever again. I will never need him again. I've learned a lot over the last year, and very proud of myself that I'm not the guy that, well, no, I hate that. I hate when people say that. I am the guy who did that. Much better version of the guy who did that. This guy here hates the guy I was, or the guy I am, but the one that did that. Hates him.
Mm-hmm.
Thinks he's a real scumbag. $45 away from an extra hour today, but you guys have banged out that goal, and it just kind of went by in a blink, didn't it? It was like,
yeah.
Very.
At first, we're like, will we get it? And then it was done.
What do they say about it? It's very slowly and then all at once. How'd you knock out the goal today? Very slowly and then all at once.
And all at once.
That's how it hammered out. Thank you guys very much. And Sanford's son became the first person to crack 100 this week.
So I saw you can update the ticker now?
Yeah, you just double-click text on OBS and you type it in.
Oh, nice.
That's why it took me so long. I suck at this shit. So Diddy wants a black female lawyer. Can we? No, you know what? Let's stop this right now. Numero uno Josh Denny fan wants me to talk about the Rekieta rumored 30 days in jail thing. First of all, we're going to discuss it a little more in depth in a second, but I think that's an inappropriate song, 30 Days in the Hole. Can we go, let's do something that is not so mean-spirited and doesn't have so much to do with what we're talking about. Can we just click something random here? No, not this one either. I don't think, this isn't okay. I'm not for this either. That's not okay. That's not very nice. Look, guys, there but for the grace of God go I. I committed a crime as well. I'm very sorry about it. It was a mean, shitty thing to do. It doesn't feel right celebrating someone else's suffering. Actually, that part is authentic. I do. I feel bad. It was a shitty thing to do. I was a retard back then. Learned a lot. Only once you realize what a fuck up you are, only once you realize how shitty and stupid you were, can you really... It's true. You know, people, it sounds trite when other people say it, but until you actually do it yourself, until you admit you were a dumb piece of shit who did something wrong and you need to improve and work on shit like that, can you get better? You can't just deny you ever had a problem, or you can't just deny you were a piece of shit and then get better. It doesn't work that way. It starts with contrition. Guys, go ahead. I'm fucking up this music thing. You guys, can you post links in the Rumble chat and show me the music that we need to play? So while you guys are doing that, we need a music bed to talk over this like old school radio. Numero uno Josh Denny fan wants me to talk about... Numero uno Josh Denny fan, thank you, Hard Weekly, with the $4.99 says, can you play Locked Up by Akon? They won't let me out. How about Corrupt, Life Behind the Wall? We could do that one too. So there's a pre-sentencing hearing that you have to go through. I answered all my questions. I did all my things for my pre-sentencing hearing, and it kind of tells the judge like where your head's at, where your mind's at, what they should do. It's done by the probation office, and the probation office gives their recommendation to the judge for sentencing. JH says, Aaron, are you shocked that Nick's buddies, Melton and Moody, are pedos and terrorist supporters? Are they terrorists? But I haven't heard they're terrorist supporters. That's being alleged. They said the show 24 is right-wing anti-terror propaganda. JH, you have a weird thing for Kiefer Sutherland, and it's making me uncomfortable. Whiskey drinking lawyer, that's called a queer. That ain't shit. Bapa Shab says Nick's going to have to eat that probation. Yeah, you know what? Maybe Mersh should make a prediction on it, and then you guys can take the opposite of whatever Mersh predicts, and that usually ends up being correct. Aaron's going to have to eat that felony. Is he? Is he? Female cop was there. There was a gun drawn. A doggo didn't die. No felony. Which people are still mad about. They're still seething and angry. They're like, I got away with. What are you talking about I got away with? I pled guilty to the thing I did wrong. I defeated the charge that I didn't do. I mean, it couldn't have been a more just, fair decision. I admitted, I was open with, I was like, which, by the way, I would have done from day one. I would have done from day one. I would have admitted to what I did, and we could have moved on past this whole thing, but they had to add something on there that I didn't do, and I beat that one, and they dropped it, and they agreed. They said, all right, you didn't do that one, but did you do this one? And I said, yeah. They said, you put that on paper, we're good. I said, okay. Feel bad. I'm sorry. Stupid, tough, and terrible thing to do. I'd like to be able to admit it and move on. And that's what we did. They've got him dead to rights on the felony. Yeah, to the point that we were, to the point where they were like, all right, forget the felony. I feel like maybe the prosecutor watches Nick and Mersh, and they were like, oh, God, if these dipshits think it's a good thing, I got it. You know what? Let's drop that right away. Yeah, no, Snowcat Tish, that wasn't it. It was more they kind of saw the case falling apart with the Geno and Keanu stuff, and they were like, look, let's... And we had already let them know, like, what we were willing to do, and they came that way in a little bit more, and we were like, well, it's hard to say. Hard to say no. This is like Chad Zumach coming to Steel Toe's defense, which he actually did the other day, which was crazy. Chad's more against my misdemeanor than I am. I sit here, I go, yeah, look, letter of the law, I broke it. It was a misdemeanor. I admit to it. It was a shitty thing to do. I was a bad guy for doing it, and I'm doing a lot better now. Thank you very much. I want to treat people nice. And Zumach is on his show going, it shouldn't even be a fucking charge. It's a bullshit charge. It's all bullshit. Who hasn't done it? I'm like, I mean, if you want to say it, that's fine. I'm not saying it, but if you want to. So this is Keemstar. Carlos Cameo says, you had Keemstar on the show. Of course you'll be somewhat biased. Oh, Keem is no fan of mine anymore. Oh, in fact, Dysrhythmia says it right there in the chat. Keem's pissed at me. He wanted me a year ago to go on that Lol Cow live show. And when I was, instead of Keno Casino. So I told the Casino boys I would go on their show and I would do an interview. And then Keem got to me and he wanted me to go on Lol Cow Live. And I had 3 shows. I had Ethan Ralph, who was a fucking mess and still is a mess. Should have never done his show. I mean, his show's terrible. But I had Keno Casino and Keemstar. Everybody wanted to be first. I said yes to the Casino guys. Now, I was on MLC first when Nick and all those guys got arrested. So I was on MLC when that happened, and then all of a sudden people are watching that. It was, I think, the biggest MLC in history, or one of. And all of a sudden I start getting interview requests because I got the inside scoop, And Keemstar and Keno Casino got to me. Keno Casino got to me first, and I told Keem I can go on your show Sunday or Monday or whatever. And he goes, no. You got to do it first. You got to do Lol Cow Live first. And I'm like, I told the Keno Casino guys I would do their show. I can't break that. I got to. And he was upset that I wouldn't do their show first. So then I said, I can do it after. And he goes, that's not good enough. No thanks. So that's too bad. I like that, just because me and someone else have a little disagreement doesn't mean I can't be fair about what I think of him as an entertainer or a broadcaster. I think Keemstar has always done a really good job with his show. But welcome, Mersh. Mersh, I'm probably going to have a sandwich for lunch today. You know what I didn't eat? A felony, as you thought was going to happen. 383 Novocaine with $1 says the double chin and bat flap show. All right, you know what? Now, never mind. I don't have a sense of humor. I'm leaving now. What is Steel Toe? Steel Toe is box office. We are box office. We gave Fox 9 their biggest story of the week. We gave Bring Me the News their biggest story of the week. We gave By the way, you notice my old friend Paul Shea a little too chicken shit to write another Steel Toe article? God, a little podcast gives him a little shit, calls him out for the bullshit he's been throwing out there, and old Paul doesn't want to do another story. You know what it was? It was the most clicked on thing. It was the most read thing they had for a while. We pointed it out. He got off and butthurt over it. No more. Steel Toe is too much box office for Town Square Media and Paul Shea. Another win for the toe, Paulie Wally. McBuster says, according to Melton, Nick gave Fox 9 the story, but splitting hairs. Oh, I know he gave him the story. He's obsessed. Like, he's really upset. He sees the world as unfair and on my side, and he lost everything. And why didn't you why didn't you get as bad as I did? Because you're a worse person. Nick, the reason I didn't get it as bad as you did is because you're a worse human being than I am. I admitted to what I've done. I've said that the whole thing was a shitty deal, and it was awful, and it ruined lives, and it was bad. You think that it was just because you got caught, stupid. You're getting everything you deserve. We're all getting everything we deserve. If you feel like it's unfair and you're getting worse, it's because you're a worse person, kiddo. Tired of teaching you the lessons that your daddy failed to teach you. Let's go to McBuster. He says, wonder if the judge saw the footage of Nick in L.A. live with Juju the Cow and Vito, high as fuck on coke and or meth. Well, I don't know if he was under the influence or not, but I will say that none of his social media stuff helped him. And look, I've said on this show, I've been very careful to say, look, I'm sorry for what I did. It was wrong. It was against the law. It was a stupid thing to do. I don't like where I was at when I did that, and I've learned a lot since then. I feel much better now. But I am sorry that I did it. It was a stupid thing to do, and you're never going to hear me defend it. You don't get that same thing out of him. And one thing I was told about pre-sentence investigation is, hey, they're going to look at your social media. They're going to look at everything they do. They have a job to do. They got to figure out what this fucking person's all about, because anybody can go into an interview and snow people, right? Anybody can go into an interview and just feed them a bunch of bullshit. They're going to go ahead and do a little due diligence. And it doesn't sound like that due diligence went too well over on that end. Klopogram says, does that mean the judge can change your deal? It's a little different with mine because there's not as much wiggle room. I mean, really, in our deal, there's also no drugs and alcohol involved, so there's no testing or anything like that. There's no community service on the table. There's no jail time. There's nothing like that. So, yeah, there's just not as much to work with. A misdemeanor is not nearly as big of a deal as a felony. So there's just not as much. I mean, I'll probably they'll say the max probation, which is a year or two. And see, the punishments for it are just not big enough. Like Nick's prison time max punishment for what he's doing is like 15 years and like a $200,000 fine or something like that. Mine, the worst jail punishment you could possibly get is 364 days in county. So it's just, I mean, the spreads we're talking about are not the same. Mine's a relatively minor offense as a misdemeanor. His is a very serious offense with a third-degree felony. So, no, there's not as much wiggle room in mine. So, and plus, I mean, we have no problem with doing the probation because the term of the probation will be the terms of my release, and I've had no problem with that. So, no, I think we'll be. And plus, I'm a little bit more humble and apologetic for what I did than Nick has been. JB Gunner TV says a judge can always reject the deal. Absolutely, a judge can reject the deal 100%. My judge has already accepted it. Nick's judge has already accepted the plea. The plea has already been accepted. Could the judge order that year in jail if they wanted? Realistically, no. Like, theoretically, yes. The same way that my roof could cave in on my head, theoretically. 100%. But no, not likely. I didn't even think this 30-day thing was likely, though, so there's that. I mean, I saw 3 to 5 years probation, boom, out the door. But you got to fuck up your pre-sentencing investigation and be a total piece of shit for them to add 30 days in jail. Usually people don't go to jail for their first drug offense. In Minnesota, I should say. Could the judge order him to be your butler? No, I don't believe that I don't think I'm going to get a butler out of this whole deal necessarily. Potato Head Case says, so he got jail time? I'm surprised. Well, you're always going to get a prison term that stayed. He's going to get a sentence for the felony that will be stayed in lieu of probation. And if he does the probation and he stays clean, it all goes away and he never has to do the prison time. Much like, I mean, for mine, I'll do the $50 fine, but like if I fuck up again, there will be 1 year in county. If I fuck up again. So there's, which I'm not going to, but I mean, I have no desire. I mean, it was, again, not to say it was a different guy, but it was a different mentality in the same person. So I learned my lesson. I'm very sorry about what happened there. But everybody gets a jail term assigned to them, and then the probation is in lieu of that. But De La says he'll get booked today at the very least. Correct. Carl, guys, quit thinking that what I'm telling you is not 100% God's honest truth. I mean, all of those people had all their predictions. I saw that Friday and the girls' show. They're so upset that I was right about my whole deal and that they were wrong, even though I tried to tell them as friendly as possible, look, this is what's happening. That they're still convinced that that's not the case. They're like, no, it's not a fine. It's a court fee. It's like, guys, no, it's right there in black and white. I'm sorry. It's just, I mean, I've said that they create their own reality when they don't get their way, and then it happens right in front of your face. You know, people are starting to realize it, and people are starting to turn and come back this way. But eventually the rest of them are going to see, I may not like Aaron, but he has been right. And the Patrick crowd has lied an awful lot, knowingly or unknowingly. I don't know. But the girls' latest cope this week was that Nick's actually been apologetic for what he's done and learned, whereas Aaron hasn't. It's like, I can't even refute that. That's just a level of delusion that I think that needs medication. I think at that point. Nova says Keanu also ratted April out for April doing galaxy gas in her car. Yeah, I mean, again, that was very true. I mean, the reason Keanu and Geno and I were friends again was because April told Keanu, look, Aaron didn't do all that stuff. I'm sorry. Nick was hellbent on revenge. He has it out for Aaron. He's very psychologically and verbally abusive towards me. And I'm really in a bad place. To the point where Keanu got off stage at a show. She was on the phone with April, and they were praying together because he had broken her so badly. Whew. That is, look. Did she lie about me? Yeah. Was she manipulative? Yeah. Does any human being deserve that? I don't know. I think that's debatable. I'll be honest. I don't know. I don't know if people deserve that. I don't think anyone deserves that level of abuse from another human being, though. That's the only thing. I don't know if anyone deserves that level of abuse. Nova says Keanu will say anything for clout. Not true. Everything Keanu said has been accurate. Even the stuff she said against me was 100% true. Here we go. Go ahead, check it out and see. All of the psychological and verbal abuse by Nick Rekieta to April laid bare by one Keanu C. Thompson. And again, you can hate Keanu if you want to, but was she lying about the photo? Was she lying about the text? Nope. She's been very honest and very truthful about everything else. No reason to doubt her. In fact, she's probably been one of the most honest people. Close enough. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, Aaron, in all seriousness, how comfortable are you living when it's 8? I'm so sorry. It's kind of funny. Aaron, how comfortable are you living when it's 800 square feet and 2 bedrooms, double mattress max? Now, what he's talking about is MN Public Records released the breaking news that former Steel Toe co-host April is indeed now on her witness thing for my deal. Her parents' address was listed as her address. And I think Candy, Ojai County, the people in that community hate Nick so much that they just dig up dirt because they discovered that April is currently living in an 800 square foot wall-mounted air-conditioned unit crack den. I mean, it looks like a shitty crack den in Wilmer, Minnesota. And Nick doxed this address live on his comeback stream, which is not getting good reviews, by the way. People were, well, I mean, it was kind of the usual. You guys don't know what you're talking about. Who you going to believe, me or your lying eyes? And, oh, I'm actually the good one, and everyone else is conspiring. I mean, it was the same horse shit, really. It was just, the review I heard mostly from people was it was too boring to get through. And it was a lot of like, it could have been a private conversation because it was him just getting angry at everyone who called him out on his shit. I mean, he ain't over it. So he doxes this address live on the air. And I guess, I don't know what's going on. But my theory would be that that, by the way, MSO, that was very funny. He says Aaron resides in a hack den. Hack dens are bigger, though, than crack dens. My theory would be that he is still... Look, she knows where the bodies are buried, and she has been very upset. As Keanu has said, she would call Keanu complaining about the verbal and psychological abuse she was getting. Now, you feel bad for someone to a point, but eventually you just go, look, then cuff and split. But some women, my divorce lawyer told me this. Some women, their main goal in life is to just not work. They just don't want to work. They just want to bang on the drum all day. So what are you going to do? You put up with it. You put up with the abuse. You put up with the abuse. You put up with the abuse. You're still putting up with the abuse. That's on you. My theory is that he's paying for this spot, not telling anybody, because a whole lot of hell came down on him for keeping, a family and a side piece, as it does. I know this better than anybody. People get mad. And the other thing is, when you have a side piece, I've had a side piece or two in my day, people find out. People find out because you're so coon-brained that you can't see the obvious vibes you're putting out and the signs that you're putting out there, and people follow them. People like gossip. And so I'm going to go ahead and say that he never broke things off. He drives, he always complains about how much he's driving those kids, how much I'm driving them kids. And, if you're feeding them Coke, they're going to be running around a lot. So you got to do a lot of time corralling when you're, medicating. So when he's out running around, dropping them off and everything, he might sneak by for a little side action. I mean, I don't think I've ever been so happy that I got the huff out of that huffed up situation. I mean, it might be me in the crack den. I might have ended up in a crack den. I don't want to end up in a crack den. Jesus. So no, it's unfortunate. I mean, I've done some stupid things. As you know, I pled guilty to a very stupid thing that I did. But I've never doxed a side piece live on my show. I gotta say, I am officially not the member of the former polycule that did the dumbest reveal on air. I did a dumb reveal that cost me $50, but I didn't do a dumb reveal that could potentially cost me my life. Doxing the address of your side chick live on the air. Ooh, dog. Now, we're not going to do it here. That would be mean. That would be shitty. That would be an awful, retarded thing to do. And also, don't touch the cows. That's Kiwi Farms' big rule. I ain't going to touch any cows. Just enjoy the laughs. Enjoy the milk. supposedly. Klopogram says, no, the jail time is off. The jail time is not off. The jail time is basically at the discretion of probation. The jail time threat is there to make sure he gets buck broken and he's a good boy. He has to take it's so he takes his probation seriously. It's so he doesn't do crazy things like keep accusing people of planting drugs. It's so he doesn't do things like what ifs of, well, how do you know Aaron or the nanny didn't put the drugs under my bed? Or, it's so he doesn't do that, which he's already done. It's because when you plead guilty, you can't then hint at the fact that you might be innocent. You have to accept guilt and all of that stuff. You can't say, I accept guilt, but. Or you can't say, I accept guilt, and then go, okay, everything I say after that doesn't count. It does count. Like, I can't go on here. Like, I'm going to get in a lot of trouble if I go, yeah. Kloppo says it's not the prosecution told him and the judge. It wasn't meant to be on the paperwork. Hey, Kloppo, who'd you hear that from? They fuck up shit like that all the time. Just like that cocaine test coming back positive was total bullshit. Every time it's bad for Nick, it's the one time everybody fucked up. That's called taking accountability, boys and girls. It's called taking accountability. So yeah, by August 1st, he's got to show that he can be a good boy and he can obey. And if he wants to keep up the charade and the act, might be a rude awakening. They want the whole point of diversion programs in Minnesota is they want junkies to stop engaging in junkie-like behavior, like making excuses and trying to do your own PR and shit like that. They want you to stop doing that. And time will tell. But either way, it's looking entertaining as all hell. That's for sure. All right, guys, let's get into some shit. Jeff Bezos wanted to put his girlfriend, who's starting to look a little like Steven Tyler. That's unnerving. I don't know who this is. I'm assuming it's a WNBA player. That's Gayle King, who's melting a little. And this is Katy Perry looking like Winona Ryder in Beetlejuice. I'm guessing these two women are actual astronauts. I could be wrong. But either way, like, me, I'm not Mr., female empowerment. I've got a fucking restraining order against me, for Christ's sakes. I'm the dissemination of a photo guy, for sake, and I'm sitting here saying, be nicer to the girls. I sent a nude photo to a friend during a live stream, and I'm sitting here going, guys, you're being a little too mean to the business.
But and there has been, that's the other thing, there has been female astronauts.
Let's not minimize this. Let's not minimize this.
And by the way, I'm just kidding. There's only one woman that's disenfranchised a co-host from this program, right, Corey? Oh, and Adrian? Oh, boy. Oh, by the way, over in the corner, I started the Steel Toe Museum in the corner of the studio here, and I do have Adrian's cease and desist, where he mentions April's very public accusations that she made and said if she don't fucking quit it, lawsuit's heading your way. Yikes. And I had a private conversation with Adrian about that last year. And I'm like, I'm really sorry. I feel terrible that I pushed that. And he basically told me, he's like, it's okay. She used to tell me shit about other people that I found out wasn't true. Like it was a pattern. And he did say, he's like, that's why I warned you about that particular person. And I'm like, all right, Dad. Like everybody, that's the thing. Like whenever you start to see in someone what everyone else sees, they always like to come back and give you the I told us so. I remember getting yelled at because my dick worked. God, that was a weird time. That was a weird life. I'm so glad I'm out of there. Got yelled at because I had a dick that worked and I used it too much. What a fucking weirdo. I had to be sat down in a bathroom to say Just, oh my God. Never, not even once. Never again. And you can laugh about it now. Like, you watch him, he's got to cope and be upset about it because he never moved on. He never let go of the love of his life, unfortunately. That's the weirdest thing. I think he's paying for that house for April, and I think he's doing it because he misses me. I really do. I think he just, I left. I told him no. I spurned him. He probably, you know what he wanted? He probably wanted my dick. And I told him no. I'm like, I'm really into Sophie, dude. And I'm the one that got away, and this is his way of trying to stay as close as he can. He better not have anything of mine that smells like me. That's going to creep me the fuck out. Cease and desist. Cease and desist. Let's go to, thank you for that question, Nova. I know you shove it in someone's ass. Outside of that, no thanks. The one pun says Aaron prefers the real thing. That's not true. Jason Puck says Nick was rambling nonsense the other night. That's what I heard. Imagine not being a God. That's got to be hell. Just stuck in that world trying to defend it instead of going, I puffed up and move on. He does that weird thing where he goes, oh, yeah, I take responsibility, and then follows that up with not taking responsibility. Here, let me show you how easy it is. Polycules and cheating on your spouse is wrong. When you're in a toxic relationship, you should just get out of it instead of trying to do crazy shit to keep something that should be dead. You should let it die. You should listen to your family when they give you red flags. You shouldn't send nude pictures of anyone to your friends. That's a shitty scumbag fuckboy thing to do. And you should, you should do what you can to learn and grow from those experiences and be a different person over the course of the next year. But on the other hand, it's also fun to poke fun at the other person and laugh at them. It's kind of a good thing. Oh, by the way, Mr. Size, thank you. Thomas Massey was the name of that congressman I was looking for earlier. I appreciate that. Dysrhythmia says, didn't he talk about the sanctity of marriage, then quickly backtrack on it? I don't know. I didn't watch it. I read some synopses. I saw some, I haven't watched the clips, but I saw the clips of clips. Someone wrote to me and they said, he said that you abused April. You should sue him for defamation. It's like, first of all, he's doing that to cope because he fucked up so badly. And plus, he's heard, Keanu and I and all the stories of his abuse and his psychological and verbal abuse of women. And he's just trying to project that back. I mean, he's trying to do the I know you are, but what am I? I mean, look, you got to let the guy cope. I mean, otherwise, what the fuck does he have? Depression. I know absolute depression. You know what, though? I am kind of liking this clip that Approachable sent. I know you shove it in someone's ass. But then I talked to Scott. And Scott was so excited today. Scott was glowing this morning when I went into the gym. He goes, I got something for you. You got to hear this. And he played for me 3 voicemails that he got from an Onion guy that was so incensed about the ruse that we pulled on them. He was so incensed that he got had that, and I guess just doesn't have a life outside of the internet. He left 3 messages in 7 minutes. He's like, I want to talk to Aaron. I want to talk to Aaron right now. Scott, you have to let me talk to Aaron. He's a piece of shit. And Scott just looks at me like he always does. And he goes, what kind of sad lives do these people have? And I go, I looked at him. I go, how do you feel? And he goes, it's too easy. I said, thank you. That's exactly how I feel about it. It's too easy. So Scott was feeling good today about his accomplishments, if you will. The gym was a lot of fun. I heard Geno was going off today. I listened to some of Geno's show before this one, and I tell you, when Geno gets something right, when Geno knocks something out of the park, he likes to let people know about it. And I empathize. I do the same thing from time to time. But I Geno, he was on one today, boy. He was on one. And it was nice. He called me. Well, I'm sitting in the sauna. He calls me and he goes, hey, do you mind if I post this thing, the subpoena thing from your case? And I was like, yeah, there's nothing you could. Yeah, that's fine. He goes, oh, that won't hurt you in any way? I'm like, I fucking pled guilty. Like, I beat the felony, crushed the felony, admitted to the thing I did, and we're done. Like, I just have the sentencing thing. Speaking of which, I got a call from probation today. And probation scheduled, what do you call it? The pre-sentencing interview. I got that scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. I'm really excited about that. I have to say, I cannot say enough how kind, and I know that sounds weird, but how kind Stearns County has been. They're just so professional. Like, at no point did any of this feel personal. It just always felt like people were doing their jobs, and we came to an agreement that we all were happy with, that we all liked, that I felt held me accountable for what I did, but also the punishment was such that it kind of acknowledged that, look, maybe this fell into our lap a little bit. It's a little played up. It's maybe a little ridiculous, but by the, what did we say? The letter of the law, I did that thing. Totally fine. All's well that ends well, right? Well, this probation person calls, and she was really nice. She was joking with me, and we set the thing for 1:00. And I did talk to someone today. They're like, well, they were probably trying to disarm you and get your guard down. I'm like, well, I understand that, but I don't really have anything to hide. Like, I've admitted what I did. I'm very sorry. I even told her, I'm like, I'm sorry that this is taking up time in your day. I'm sorry that what I did has caused people to have to work, because of the caseload. How do I know that there's county workers who didn't work overtime and miss time with their kids and miss time with their families because I had to be a dipshit because I was in my feels. Like, why? That's a shitty thing to do. That's me kind of being a pain in the ass. But yeah, the whole deal was just kind of like it's coming to an end. It feels like something's coming, because it's like it's coming in for a smooth landing. Everything's just kind of wrapping up real nice. I see that Geno and Keanu are very much bragging at people who were wrong about them having to come in and do their thing. They're joking about how, I still haven't been served. Don't know where that's coming from. The whole deal. It was, they're enjoying themselves. Put it that way. Let's thank a few people, and then let's get down to business today. Julius with $5 said, I asked Nick if he hacked your email. He said no and proceeded to have a 1,000-yard stare. I think he missed you. You don't think that everything he does is about missing me? He just wants to be close. People with the mental illness that Nick has, people with the brain breakage that Nick has, cannot handle being told no. And I told him no, and I've been telling him no for over a year now. And it has so very clearly broken his brain. That and the events of the last year. So I do not, and by the way, he is, I mean, even the stuff you don't think he's lying about, he turns out to be lying about. Like that renting that place for April in Wilmer there that he doxed the other night. Dude, somebody's got to step in and stop that shit, because that's dangerous. I'm telling you, like, I know the parties involved. People aren't safe. Like, that somebody could end up getting fucking hurt. These are not stable people. These are crazy people. And it'll be another. I mean, I've been full of I told you so's with that guy. I've been trying to, teach him the way, teach him the light. He doesn't listen. He learns the hard way. I get it. I have to. But there's going to be another I told you so coming, and I'm wondering. I'm like, when's his luck going to run out? And they're not going to be painful, because none of his lessons have been particularly painful. I mean, physically painful. They're going to be at some point. He has pissed off a lot of people. His entire community despises him. One half of his whole family hates his guts. And he's going to turn more of them. And, like, again, you're playing with fire, dude. You're playing with a crazy person. And you're telling them shit that you're never going to do. And you're kind of keeping them locked in a home. You're telling people you don't even know where they are. That turned out to be a lie. I mean, bro, you're not smart enough or cool enough to handle this. You're a nerd, and this is going to come back to get you. I mean, look, again, hate to say I told you so, but, like, shit like this for dumb guys and dorks like you, this ends up with hurt, for sure. Toe Rogan with $2 says, so Nick is in love with you. I don't even know if it's necessary. I think it's just obsession. I mean, look at me. I'm the ultimate male. Thank you, Toe Rogan. I appreciate it. By the way, usually pretty crazy. Sam Show says, Aaron, it's a Lifetime movie. You love those. That's true. It is kind of like a Lifetime movie. Somebody today shared with me their theory that this might be setting up to have a Lifetime type, like, violent ending. Like, that might be the plan. Like, oh boy, that's a little dark. But I can see it. I get it. I understand. Good to see you, Dark Side Aaron. Good to see that I still trigger the shit out of you and you still come by to see that. I appreciate that. It always makes me feel like I'm doing my fucking job and I'm kicking ass and taking names when you show up and try to get Daddy's attention. I do appreciate it. Thanks for being here, buddy. Love you. It wouldn't be the same without you. All right, guys, let's get down to some shit, shall we? Let's go to Roots. Wiser words have never been spoken. You can't unsuck a dick, Kanye. It's a fact. That's a fact. 191 Redbird with $2 says, you do not want to go down this road. I go down any fucking road I want. You know why? Because it's the internet. They're all, it's my show. I'm in charge. I'll talk about whatever the fuck I want. And people can feel however they want to. But you know what the fact of the matter is? They all react to me. Without me, there's nothing. I am the Alpha and the Omega. Before me, there were many. After me, there will be none. So I will go down whatever road I want to. And guess what? You will follow. Boy. You know, the N-word would have really punctuated that rant. Probably with an A at the end would have been the best one to use. Royston S. Bailey with $2 says, Ye's likely omnisexual, would do bestiality too. I mean, it's kind of fun to just come up with bullshit without any premise for it, isn't it? Isn't that kind of what these talk shows are all about? Just throw shit out there. Hey, you think this is true? Who gives a fuck? Say it. It's always been my attitude. And go ahead and Google my name. It's never gotten me in trouble. Imholte then said, quote, your boy didn't do too bad, did he? It's, you say things is what I'm saying. Let's go to Kloppo. Redbird with $5 says, and that response style is why you have idiots balanced on the edge of a bridge. LOL, keep it up. Like, if you don't think I know how to do this shit better than any of these fools following me do, because I did it professionally for years. They're miles ahead of all of them. And like my secret, I've given them my secret. My secret is this: do your show, get offline, go live your life. And guess what this can then be? A performance. That's why none of you can hurt me. That's why none of you can get to me, is because I'm sorry to give away the game. This is a hologram. I ain't real for the fucker. I'm just your dream or your nightmare, depending on how you view me. I am just the projection of what you need to see at that time. This ain't Aaron Imholte is not here. The steel toe guy is here. And the steel toe guy finds out exactly what needles you or pokes you or prods you, and he twists that wrench. And if you love me, I know what you like, and I give you the old, right? Thank you, Redbird. Redbird gets it. They say we don't have smart fans. How dare you? Root says, you are such a douchebag. See? That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
Thing is just a piece of shit.
Hey.
What?
I got the lawyer that in this area people say you get when you're in some trouble. I got
right, but there's a difference between getting a lawyer who's going to help you get the case solved the best for you and getting the guy who's like, no, any money grubbing piece. If there's a nickel to be made, I want a penny. Like, where's that guy?
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, my guy was just like,
your guy's just a guy who's good.
Yeah,
there's a difference.
We spoke like when this whole thing started. We said, what do we want? And like I couldn't admit.
Yeah, I said a sandwich.
Yeah, no, Sean wasn't my lawyer.
Oh,
I love potentially criminal Sean, but when we first got together, he said, we sat down and we decided what we wanted out of the whole thing, and I said from the beginning, and I wasn't able to admit it on the show, while the whole process was going on, but I was like, look, man, I did a dumb thing, I did a stupid thing, but I didn't commit a felony. Like I was a little pissed. I was like, honestly, in like 99.99% of this same thing happening, this doesn't even, there's no charge. Like, this is not, but I'm like, I understand I violated the letter of the law.
The letter.
And I'm like, I go, I'll cop to that. And they wouldn't let us cop to that for the longest time. And then Geno and Keanu weren't coming. And then there was some, let's just say some coffee on their side. There were people that didn't want to go along with it. And then there was another person who was pushing the fuck out of it and wouldn't stop calling and badgering and bothering the prosecution side. So they're like, you know what? We want to get done with this. How's a misdemeanor and $50 sound? And we went, holy, it came out. It was like an RKO. It came out of nowhere. Like before that, they were like, yeah, we're going to trial. They're like, we'll offer you this. And it was like, plead to the felony, and then after you serve your probation, the felony goes away. And I'm like, no, I'm not pleading to a felony. I don't think I did that. I'll admit to what I did, but I'm not going to admit to more than what I did because I know what I did. And it just, things kind of, and it was my attorney who said, once they realize what a shit show all of this is, I think we'll be able to come to an agreement. And they found out what a shit show it was. We came to an agreement. I think everybody's happy. They got to convict. I beat the felony charge. And honestly, I think the punishment fits the crime.
I realize what a shit. Wasn't it the Candy-Ojai County people?
I'm Stearns.
Oh, you're Stearns. So this whole thing happened in Stearns, so it's not really. Okay, so then that makes it all make sense. Because I was going to say, if they realized what a shit show was, they didn't know going in, like, oh, no, there's a thing going on. And
well, if it was Candy-Ojai County, they might have let me skate because they hate Nick so much. They might have just been like, we're not dealing with this. Well, in fact, they did. It was Candy-Ojai first, and then they sent it to Stearns.
Ah.
So there's that.
We can't be impartial.
Right, yeah, we don't.
Fucking...
The thing with 199 says your case should have been dismissed. No pick and no witnesses. Here's the deal. Here's what I learned about the legal process. People kept saying that. They go, well, Geno said he doesn't have the picture. You don't have the picture. So how can they still charge you? I thought that too. And I finally went to my attorney. I'm like, look, nobody has this. Like, it doesn't exist. And he was like, that's not how the law works. If somebody says it exists and they've seen it, then it exists. It doesn't have to be produced. I'm like, wow, that's fucking wild. So then when Geno and Keanu were not getting served, that's when the prosecution, and then Nick kept calling the prosecution because there were some people on the prosecution side that didn't want to go any further. They were done with this. They just wanted it to be over. But then Nick, what we heard from them was that Nick just kept calling and calling. You have to get him for the felony. You have to get him for the, like he was throwing a shit fit about it because this whole thing was about him. This whole thing was about the fact that I said no. I left that whole thing. And, people with his level of mental illness, they don't get left. They don't get told no. So I was going to pay. And this was my payment. And look, a $50 fine and a misdemeanor, if that's my payment for me handing him a gun and basically saying, just basically handing him what he needed. Hey, I learned from my mistakes. You hurt people, you move on, you say you're sorry. But he apparently just kept bugging the shit out of the prosecutor, kind of hamstringing their deal quite a bit. But then the Geno and Keanu thing came about where they weren't getting served and they weren't showing up. And they even said to the prosecution, they go, we're lawyering up if you guys serve us. We're going to fight this thing. And that's when the prosecution went, all right, I don't care if this guy's calling me a shitload. We're making a deal.
It's officially more work than it's worth.
Yeah. And again, the deal that they gave me was very fair. Very fair. Veldrain says, just for you, Aaron, old school steel toe throw. And also, I want to clear up another one of Nick's lies. And Keanu and Geno have cleared this up too. The only people who have seen the photo have cleared this up. I took the photo while I was streaming. It was a posed for, like, the picture itself was very consensual and fun and whatever. The sending it to Geno was, I never got permission for that, and that was wrong. That was not. But the way the picture was gathered was totally fair. It was totally, what do you call it, consensual and all that stuff. It's just, again, the sending it wasn't, and that's not nice. It's not nice. Veldrain with $1 says, just what the internet drama people don't understand. I'm a pro. Been doing this for a long time. I've never lost one of these because I know it's all in the work. As long as you stay a personality on the air and a human being off the air, you never cross those two worlds. And eventually, I know, all these guys implode. I've watched them all. I've scouted them all. There's no new ones coming down the pike. It's all the variation of the same person. And I have to say, with the steel toe stacking the W's, even like at our weakest point stacking them, imagine what's going to happen when it's all said and done. Oh, and the smoke is cleared. And they're still chanting our name. And Monty Graff's song is ringing from the rafters. Another win for the toe. I don't know. I've already got them begging me off like they're Ric Flair. Please, champ, please don't hurt us. What do I do with these hands? These hands are capable of so much damage. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Kopi says, oh, dude, that cheese looked... Dusty Rhodes says, Nick was talking major trash on Camelot last night, if you will. Yeah, I saw that. And, you know, I got to say, it's hard to feel threatened by someone who can't drink until they're 50 and has a 30-day sentence hanging over their head like a sword of Damocles. I'll be writing that $50 check and thinking of you, sweetheart. And by the way, stop with any of the tough guy talk. It's a fucking joke. I would stop it. Dude, stop. I would fucking kill you. Like, it's not even, there's no tough guy talk here. Like, both you and Camelot just sound like such dorks when you're like, get Aaron, we could get him. Guys, I'd fucking kill you. Like, it wouldn't be breaking a sweat. It would not be difficult. So you two, boys. At least, you know, at least Camelot's got an excuse. He can still drink and do drugs if he wants to. Nick's supposed to be sober, and he's talking that crazy shit. Bro, stop it. I want to talk to my audience for a minute. I know you guys are very defensive of me, and in all seriousness, I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. But what do you like? What's with the Geno hate of fans of this show? You know that Geno never turned on this show. I understand the Keanu hate. Like, Keanu and I are fine. Keanu and I are cool. But I understand why fans of this show despise Keanu and won't forgive her. You're more than allowed to feel that way. Geno, as far as the way he treated this show, never changed. He was always honest. Geno always said, everybody involved in that thing are complete huff-ups, but Aaron's the one who's turned his life around. Aaron's the one who's going to be okay in a year, and he was right. So I don't really understand the Geno hatred outside of, like, if you already hated Geno, which, you know, can't stop you there. Keanu, look, I'm not saying that you guys have to love Geno and Keanu. I'm saying I don't get the Geno thing. He never, I don't think, betrayed us or turned on us. I'm fine with Keanu. We're okay. She got manipulated and fucked with by a guy who knows how to prey on people. So I understand it. I get it. I've watched him do it to multiple people. So I kind of empathize, I guess. But I can understand why you, the fans, because she got egregious. She got really shitty. It wasn't just, oh, the cops called and I had to talk to him. She said some really fucked up shit. Now, her and I have buried the hatchet. We've said our I'm sorries. I told her I was sorry for putting her in that position. She's sorry for all the shit she said. but I can understand why the audience wouldn't accept her apology. The Geno part, you can explain that to. I'm not saying you're bad for feeling that way. I'm just saying I need an explanation because I don't get it. Like Nomo says, Geno's vibe always sucked. That's fine. It's the people who are like, I think Geno betrayed you. I hate him because he betrayed the toe. He never did. He never did. I will be very fair on that. Chad Buzamok says the issue is Kiki and Geno are users and will flip-flop to whomever they feel will help them since they have no audience or money. I don't think Geno Buzamok, do you think Geno flip-flopped? I really don't. McBuster says Kiki betrayed the toe. She flipped when Melton did the fake Ashley Facebook post. Well, yeah, I mean, that was a fake, yeah. Fooled Kiki, her true color showed. No, that's not what did it for her. I've talked to her privately. That's not what did it for her. Nova says, by help them, it means pay them. I haven't given them $1 since we started talking again, so they're not doing it for money. Can tell you that. CJ with $2 says, it's not about loyalty. Geno isn't funny. KCT annoys me. Like I said, if you've never liked Geno ever, I can't, there's no accounting for taste, whatever. I just don't get, like, I've seen people say, like, I fucking hate Geno because of what he did to you. Geno didn't do anything to me. If anything, I put Geno in a really fucking shitty position where he had to talk to the police and it annoyed the fuck out of him. In fact, the first time the police called Geno, he says, fuck off and leave me alone. When it comes to the, the discovery in my case, Nick's statement to the police is 15 pages long. Everyone else that spoke, the other 4 people combined that spoke, it's 14 pages combined. Nick's is 15 alone. April's is 10. Everyone else is 4 combined. But if you go just Nick, it's 15. If you want to know where this whole thing came from, what the real cause of it was, Nick was 15 pages of the discovery statements. Everyone else combined was 14. Pretty wild shit, right? So you can't blame Geno for it. If I hadn't sent him the picture, like I said, glad it's over. Glad we came to a reasonable, logical conclusion that everybody's happy with. But it wasn't Geno. It was my own. I gave everybody the gun they needed to shoot me with, That's all. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know about all that. But thank you guys very much for sharing. Thank you for sharing your thoughts on that. Helps me understand a little bit better. Nova says, if Geno just hung up the phone. I disagree. If Aaron just hadn't sent the picture. You could even argue if Aaron hadn't taken the picture, if Aaron just would have taken a mental picture and instead of, taking the picture, Mad Max Mardigan says, my only issue I had with Geno is his complete cutting you off because his wife said so, because poor April, it really showed you the type of friend he is. Not really, because he kept shitting on April the whole time. And he did say, even though we weren't talking, he did say Aaron's the best out of the 4. They're all pieces of shit, but Aaron's the one moving on the best. Nova says it's not lying to hang up the phone, Keanu. Keanu has admitted she has admitted recently, she's like, I was manipulated by those people. And they kind of got me on their side. And then when they got what they wanted, I kind of saw what they were all about. I get it. I understand. Nobody's perfect. I'm not perfect. I sent the fucking picture like an asshole. I was in jail for 6 hours. And then I got a $50 fine. But again, my detractors would tell you that it's this big win for the toe and they're sour about it and they're pissed off and they're angry about it. I am the one telling you it's bad to do what I did. Do not spend 6 hours in jail. That's a bad thing. It's no win for the toe to have to admit to a misdemeanor and spend 6 hours in jail. Just because you're salty and you wanted to see me get a felony on my record, it doesn't mean that it's a win for me. All right? So try to keep your crazy brains inside your head. It's crazy because my audience has been like, ooh, man, that sucks. But, you're moving on. You got away from that really crazy, toxic situation. Shitty thing for you to do. But, hey, you learned your lesson. Yes, correct. That's the way to take it. It's the people who hate steel toe who you'd think they'd be, giddy about this. They're the ones angry about it.
Well, the problem is because they overhyped themselves.
Yeah.
They were expecting a perp walk and an orange jumpsuit and God willing and some sort of like death penalty. But instead all they got was this.
Well, it's one of those things where they listened to a Rocky guard who said, quote, "Oh, he's dead to rights on the felony." And it's like, well, that guy's wrong about everything. That guy's never right.
Sir, they listened to legal counsel. They listened to legal counsel, sir.
Well, not licensed legal counsel, not one that's authorized to practice. I'm as authorized to practice law as he is.
Right. And now you're both doing it on YouTube.
Yeah. Why? Gray Duckling with $20. Give him a Hulkster drop.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
$20. All right, guys. Let's roll. Let's get into some shit. I miss dusting off this part of my personality. I just want you guys to know how difficult it is for me to move on and talk about the stuff that we're just going to bullshit about tonight, because I love this part of my personality. I love this part of the show. I love Aaron post nuke drop. It's not a healthy part of me. It's not a particularly kind or warm part of me, but it keeps me warm, if that makes sense. 105 away from today. And also, here's the one thing you need to learn from the show. No matter whether you're right or you're wrong, Aaron will always fuck with you. The power of not taking this shit seriously is... He goes, so it's performative for muting me? No, I just knew that would kind of rile you up, and it did. I'm 2 steps ahead, 3 steps ahead, 4 steps ahead. Don't worry about it, buddy. Just have some fun with us. You'll be all right. 105 away from today. So this Chad and Kevin thing, that's what we were on. And then someone motivated me again to spike the football. Hey, you guys keep trying. You guys keep asking me like Yul Brenner's balls. You guys keep asking me to spike the football. I'm not going to deny an invitation to rub salt in the wound a little deeper. I really am a fucking dumb guy. Citizen M says, no, keep it selected. Sam Show says, you age restrict your streams? Yeah. When it asks me, is this for everyone or is this mature content? I say mature. I always mark it as mature content. M says, Hulka, you're going to get Steel Toe suspended, dumb. I'm happy with our audience size. Between Rumble and YouTube, we got like 30, 40,000. What do we have on Rumble? I think we got like total combined 30, 40,000 different human beings watching our show, as they call them, unique viewers. I mean, if it's going to get me in trouble to switch over to a different option, then, I mean, it's working the way it is. Where are we at? Last 30 days, stats and analytics. Sorry about this, guys. I'm, not this month. Let's go last month. Let's go the last full month. What are we at? Oh, yeah. So YouTube and Rumble total 45,000. That doesn't count Kick and Facebook, but that's not very much. So anywhere from 40 to 50,000 people, individual people, watch this program every month. I thank you for that. Do I? Hulkamasha Baby says, yes, it scuffed you. Sam Show says age restriction and 4 kids are 2 different options. Sam Show says you mark it not for kids. That's what I do. I say the not for kids one. I'm pretty sure. I think I do the not for kids one. CJ with $2 says, imagine labeling this show as mature. All right. We get it. Well, here we go. I'm doing this bonus episode for 2 reasons. 1, I promised you, and you guys are incredibly generous. Well, 3 reasons. 2, we have kicked the shit out of fucking everybody this week, and it's been great. I've got to, look, I'm going to let them in on a secret because they're not very bright. and you can tell them right to their face what the winning strategy is, and they'll still go ahead and play right into you. You know, if you no-sell me, I go away. If you no-sell me, I just sit here, do a shitty little show for my 700-800 people at a time. And we have our, monthly audience of 30, 40,000 people. And then we just we linger in obscurity, sort of, right? When I do my show, and all you do is you can laser focus on it and go, I have to see what he's saying. You understand that's what I do. You do understand that getting your attention has been what I've been doing on one of these things for almost 20 years now. And I love it. I love Hughesy's here. Husey understands pro wrestling. I'm a fucking heat seeker, baby. Now, do I have thousands of people who love my show, love me, adore? Absolutely. But the fact that you come here and you can't help but react, that you're reacting to me, guys, that's my MO. I've got you. That's why our victims list this week is Will Herron, So Thorough Joe Burrow, Muttering Jay. I even put Rekieta in the victim list this week, but that was kind of easy. He kind of shows his ass a lot. Just one little retweet, and it fucked up his whole world. Well, and I figured I would just come on here and gloat. And if you want to come here and you can't help it, you just see Aaron and you're drawn to it like a bug to a bug zapper, then you just come on in and we'll roast you up too. We'll have some fun with you. Everybody will. We'll talk a little draft too. I also want to raid Johnny's stream when we're all done. That'll be a lot of fun. But I want to thank you guys. I also want to thank Muttering Jay. If he hadn't posted early that we were going to miss today's goal, we wouldn't have crushed it and went over. Thank you, Jay. And it's also nice to take a guy who lives his life on Twitter watching Steel Toe and hand him L's. It feels good. And by the way, I do want to point out, when I do that, I am being a bully. I know it's unfair. I'm taking a bunch of nobodies. I'm building them up just so I can slam them back down. I get it's a bully move, but I'm a dick. That's what I do. I get on here. I'm an arrogant asshole, but you come to the arrogant asshole. You keep falling for the same trick. And then when I beat you, I brag. And then you get mad that I'm bragging. Guys, you leave me no choice the way you are. I mean, how am I not supposed to just smack the shit out of you? So yes. Oh, and the entire Onion crowd, they were on our victim list too. I should probably just be keeping scalps across here for every week. Joe could have a scalp. Jay could have a scalp. Melton could have a scalp. Rekieta's got a scalp. Bunch of them. So, another victory lap for the toe. More victims. It feels good. And again, I hate to give you the secret. On how to have an L for the toe. But I know you're not going to listen anyway because your pride's going to get the best of you. Kind of like when I cooked Rekieta today and he couldn't help but respond only to reveal that his brain has rotted and he's... All you have to do is no-sell me. I'm antagonizing you. I'm purposely antagonizing you to get a reaction. All you have to do is no-sell it and you can claim the win. You can't do it. It's hard, isn't it? Like an addiction. Steel Toe's an addiction. It's not your fault. I'm that goddamn good. All right, let's go to the chat. Let's have some fun. Alex Schill Jones says, Aaron, when are you going to jail? You know what? Alex Schill Jones is my guy. He set me up for this one. Well, unlike others, I will never be getting a jail sentence because I actually confessed and admitted to what I did and didn't try to obfuscate or make excuses. I was a bad boy. I was a naughty boy. And we got a great deal. We got a great deal because everyone was fair, everyone was honest, everyone was good, and we came to what's fair. It was a $50 fine, so no jail. In fact, at the very beginning, I told you guys, my attorney told me, he said, no, there will be no felony, there will be no jail time. I mean, dude, simple enough. Stoner Von Houten says, Aaron, did you take leftover Nick Molly? You're energized today. This, I have to admit, this gives me life. I mean, knocking people around, cutting promos, getting people all worked up. It's what energizes my life's blood when I'm down here in the office. Let's go to... Oh, Need Trump says, that's okay. Bully away. Stoner says, Aaron popped a Nick purple pill. I've never seen this guy before. I like him. Red Scoper says, your biggest critics want you to succeed so they can talk about you. They can't help themselves. They're addicted. But you know what? I was pulling it off way before they came around, and I'm going to keep doing it after they're around. The only way they can save themselves and stop embarrassing themselves and letting me dunk on them is they just got to not take the bait. I'm baiting the trap. They take the bait. Then he's a mere mortal. And you know what really sucks for him is the only brag he had over Steel Toe was that worldwide he had a bigger audience. Because, you know, one thing that really bothered him when I was there is I got more fans than him in his own city. Ooh. We went to an event. One of his kids had a play or something, and we were there, and Nick was just mad, and he was trying to hide it because people were texting him, people from his school community. They were texting him and going, oh, my God, is that Aaron from Steel Toe with you? We went to his church, and, you know, I got stopped by a couple people like, hey, Aaron, oh, my God, I love your show, blah, blah, blah. Nobody knew Nick as the YouTube guy. Brandon No says, Red Bar is watching. I hope so. I love Mike David. I got a lot of my shtick from Mike David. Did I ever tell this story? I got fired because of Mike David. I did. Mike David got me fired from my job. When I started dating April, I used to take lunch to her at her job, and we'd sit out in the parking lot, and we'd have like Subway or Jimmy John's or something. And we'd listen to Red Bar. And I introduced her to Red Bar. She loved Red Bar. So we'd listen to the latest Red Bar episode. And I started listening to more and more Red Bar again, and I hadn't listened in years. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, oh, my God, I forgot that, you know, on the radio, we used to do not Red Bar shit, but like way more Huffing with People shit. And so when we were doing the shit on the Iowa lady, I was like channeling my inner Mike David, and I was getting after it. And when I did that, it ended up costing me the gig. So technically, that's a win for the Red Bar. Mike David got me fired from my job. Think we pissed anybody off today? You think anybody got mad about anything I've said today? You think I've upset anybody? I hope not. That's not what I'm here for. I'm here to have a good time, you know? This says Onions will definitely try to fuck that up for you. Can I tell you this? I do know this for a fact. The Onions and Nick Rekieta were calling prosecutors and police all from September to now before my plea deal, trying to report me to say that I was violating. They were that angry and upset with me. I mean, it didn't work, but they were doing it. I got to see all of the dirt when we went through this process. And let's just say that by the end of this process, I mean, aside from the state, Nick was really the only one who wanted to keep this thing going. That was it. Let's go to... Again, do you think we've upset anybody today? I'm not sure. Not sure if we upset anybody. I'm sorry. It's just been a couple of weeks. Like, ever since the deal, the plea deal, people have been seething and just upset with Steel Toe so hard that we've just been taking scalps. And so I'm kind of enjoying myself. This feels like the old radio days again. Give me tips with $2 says, what happened that they're losing their shit? I don't know. I'm just here. Well, I'm antagonizing them. I'm poking them. And we're just enjoying ourselves. I broke one chain of the polycule. I broke another chain of the case being done. And now my hands are free, and we've just kind of been knocking them around effortlessly. They knew that they had a set amount of time to drive Steel Toe from the internet. And they know that time is past, and it's up and over. And, to take nothing seriously, Wise Ass is back, and he's taking scalps. All right, let's go to 3 weeks. Beg free on the toe. I gotta say, I don't have enough room on my wall here for all the scalps we've gathered, all the people we've riled up. Watching them come over, too, is kind of fun because I haven't really taken that part of my personality, my on-air personality, out for a walk in a while where you just kind of taunt people. And now they don't know what to do. They come over here and they're like, you piece of shit, you actually suck and I hate you. And I write, I want you here. I just write to them. I go, I want you here. This is what. Remember when I said yesterday I could tell these people exactly what to do and how to win, and they wouldn't be able to do it? Go to the comments. Now, mostly you'll find people going, haha, these people are lame, blah, blah. And then, people going, God, your obsession with Aaron is weird. But you'll find a couple of them where they're just like, no, I hate you, you piece of shit. No, you actually suck. And then you'll just see me going, I literally say in this episode, this is what I'm getting you to do. This is what I'm trying to get you to do. And then they do it. I lay out how to get the W, and they can't snatch it. You know who won? Let me tell you who won. I'll tell you who won with the toe. My old friend, Paul Shea. Let me tell you why Paul Shea won. He wrote that big article, right, on the toes plea deal and all that stuff. And it got more hits. It got more views than anything they put out there. Same with Fox 9. Same with Bring Me the News. Steel Toe is box office. It got more. Nobody clicks on WJON.com. Nobody clicks on 98country.com. But you put me on there and they will. And we pointed that out and haha, we ran with it. And Paul got mad and his job got upset and his company got upset. It was like the old days, us riling up Town Square again. Well, guess what Paul Shea did? Paul cut off the supply of oxygen. Paul stopped talking about the toe. Paul stopped posting stuff about the toe. And guess what that did? That made the toe sad. That upset me. Paul didn't take the bait. I was baiting him. And you know what my boy did? Because he knows me, because we grew up together. He just went, wait a minute. If I cut this fucker off, that's going to drive him nuts. And guess what? It did. My plea deal becomes official. The thing goes everywhere. Fox 9 is reporting it. Bring Me the News is reporting it. Gets way more clicks and shares and hits and views than Nick's stories did. I'm the biggest draw in the state. I'm box office, right? And I'm thinking, Shea's going to take the bait. Shea's going to bite the hook, and he's going to come right back to the toe. Nothing. Nary an article. Paul Shea won. Because as I taunt, the desired effect is you come to me and you're emotional. Paul shut off the emotion. Paul left me out in the cold. Ladies and gentlemen, almost undefeated. But I'm going to say this, and I was talking about this yesterday. Paul Shea got the W because he listened to me and did exactly what I said you do to get the win. The kid figured it out. All right, guys, we got links coming in already. Let's get going. Here's what I say. Budman says $50 too much. $50 too much? I don't know. I think everything we agreed upon was fair. I thought it was good. Veldrain, thank you for the link. Hulkamasha Baby says, I never got how people haven't figured that out. You only respond when they talk about you, so just ignore you, and you have no power. Right? I've been saying it since the radio days. Patrick Melton's like, oh, I'm going to talk about Steel Toe. We've been smoking people way worse than you for a decade. You're just the latest victim. You're the latest scalp on the wall. You're Mahmoud Muhammad, you're Carl, all those guys. Light work, dude. Light work. We've been telling these guys for a decade, all you got to do, cut off the supply, drives us nuts. They can't do it. That's what I'm saying. I have gotten so good at this that they cannot resist. They know what the victory is. They know to let it go. They can't. They're puppets on the strings of my tennis shoes. And that's why this week we celebrated with the extra stream. Bigot on Socialist Media says they're and it's too easy. Fact and fact. I have a serious question for you guys. Do you think the YouTube, the people that are watching this to hate it, do you think that they're going to get it? Like, now that I gave them the blueprint to defeat the toe, this is how confident I feel and how stupid they are. Do you think they're going to take it, or do you think they're going to go full steam ahead with handing us W's and just like handing me their scalps? I think they're going to keep handing me their scalps personally. Dildo says he's just saying that you ban everyone to get the echo chamber. I don't ban anybody. I don't ban anyone. Ask them. Ask the people who do the banning. And Dildo, I'm sorry, buddy, because you've tried and you just kind of slowly have become a fan. But you don't think that it's hilarious to drive people like that nuts? Come on, dude. You're taking the internet too seriously. Anything you can do to fuck with these people while we giggle is funny. Sam Show says this guy keeps making it worse. He's really not doing well, but I hope he doesn't quit. Triple N says, damn, you really hate Will. Triple N, how have you been here this long? You still don't get me. I just like talking shit and making people mad. Again, Triple N, people come to me, they get all crazy like Will did. They get weird. They start going after me. And then I just poke them. They go insane, and I'm supposed to be the bad guy. Well, best heel in the business, I suppose. You understand I'm all about tweaking and taunting. Like shit heel maneuvers. You don't think I did that consciously to go, watch them bitch about this. And then what do? They bitch about it. Guys, there's so much more you can accomplish in life when you realize the internet is fake and it's just for fun and for huffing with people and then moving on. Try to keep up. All right, next. What's our next link?
Great. $50 fine, I think, is insulting, but whatever. That's what you guys agreed upon. It's the attitude afterwards, and I had said it on...
Oh, you mean the stream where I said, hey, I'm really sorry. This was a shitty thing to do. I'm very sorry. I think this was a fair deal we came to. The thing I did was really shitty and awful. And I'm sorry that I did that. It was a really dumb, fucked up thing to do at a fucked up time in my life. What else did you want? What do I let me ask you something. What the fuck do I owe you? Why don't you just be honest about it? You wanted the felony. Rekieta led you down the primrose path. He told you he's a shoe-in for the felony, girls. Don't worry, he's getting the felony. Girls, there's a reason he can't practice law anymore. He's a dipshit. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Don't get mad at me and pissy at me because you listened to a raw word and you got it wrong. I'm sorry for what I did, but you guys were the felony. So when I didn't get the felony, you guys set the felony up as the target. So when I didn't get the felony and you guys had to seethe about it, yeah, I'm going to rub it in your face. Doesn't mean I'm not sorry for what I did. Shitty thing to do, terrible thing to do. I feel bad about it. But do I feel bad that you feel bad that I walked on the felony? No, not at all. Not at all. I'm going to enjoy that. So seethe harder, gals.
Saturday, too. I was giving him grace and time to see what...
Oh, you were giving me grace. Oh, thank you so much for your grace. I'm sorry I didn't recognize your grace. Isn't that what it's about, gals? You just want daddy's attention. Well, now you're getting it. You didn't... Oh, did I not recognize your grace? By the way, this one is just fucking pissed. This one is just fucking filled with rage and anger. Oh, God. So because I didn't react the way they wanted me to, now I'm a bad guy. I'm sorry, girls, but when you do a show every week called, oh, Aaron, I hate Aaron, he's a piece of shit, I hate him, and then Aaron teases you a little bit because you didn't get your way, sorry, you don't get to cry. A little cry bully action, Jackie? Little cry bully action, Haley? Imholte making him feel. Yeah, and then they went on to go, they're like, well, at least Nick's sorry for what he did. Nick would still be nose deep in coke if he hadn't got busted. Girls, come on. Come on. I get seething. I get being upset about me. But creating a new reality for you to live in because you didn't get your way, come on. Pout in private. Come on. Lose like a man. Lose like a man. Take your L. Don't pout. Just take your medicine. Don't bite the glass, as they say. Miss Tay says, losing custody of your kids for 3 months has no impact on them whatsoever. Yeah, I mean, I understand he has to create a world to hide the pain and the suffering that he's caused, but at some point you got to understand reality. I mean, you're going to need, I mean, anybody exposed to his level of drug use and anybody exposed to his level of debauchery cannot get through it without therapy. I speak from experience. My bad decisions, I went to therapy. It helped me sort a lot of shit out. It was really, really great. Not for the show, but for my real life. Because like I would tell my therapist, I go, it's no offense. I go, but it's an act. Like the show is an act. I'm fucking with people. I'm having fun with them. People who take it too seriously. But like in real life, it's helped a ton. And Nick doesn't understand that you can't put people what he put people through. And I know he likes to say, well, nobody knew. Nick, children know a lot more than you think they do. And let's just, fuck. Do I say it? He probably doesn't know because I don't think, well, maybe CPS put it in their file. But let's just say that people on my side of things talked to CPS about what they noticed about you. People know more than you think they do. So cope with it however you want to, but people know, brother. Let's go to Dub says, Aaron is innocently and politely and gently explaining facts to haters who in reality are obsessed with Steel Toe Morning Show. You can't make this shit up. No, someone else just commented in and they said, diabolical opening today. Thank you for choosing violence. You're welcome. You're welcome. It's not difficult. Like I gave these guys all a 2-year head start and then I just went bink. They've lost their mind. It took a plea deal and a smirk. A plea deal and a smirk and I burned down their whole world. Whether it was Muttering Jay or So Thorough Joe Burrow or any of them, I just drove them insane, broke them mentally. Ryobi Power. That's the thing. Like, nobody can beat the toe because they don't listen to the toe on how to beat him. All you do is you just don't fight it. You just ignore me. You don't give me what I'm looking for, which is the struggle. That's why I said today, Paul Shea won. Because I told him, I went, you've never got more clicks in your life than when you put my shit out there. You put that article out there. You need me. You couldn't get those hits without me. And what did he do? He cuffed off and he went, no, fuck that guy. I'm just not writing another story about it when his plea deal's done. And they didn't. And so that left me going, hey, come on, aren't you going to like get mad and like tell me what a piece of shit I am and do all that? And he didn't play into it. He just walked away. And that's an L for the toe. Paul Shea with the W because he just walked away and he stayed away from all of it. Son of a bitch.
Okay, do you know where you are right now? Ohamani Miras.
Oh, he's in Ohamani Miras. Fuck. This guy's unbreakable. This cop thought he had him. Do you know where you are right now? And he right away goes, Ohamani Miras. And the cop's like, well, if that ain't the truth, aren't we all in Ohamani Miras? One more time. I got to hear that again.
Okay, do you know where you are right now? Ohamani Miras.
I mean, just when you think you got a guy dead to rights on the felony, sneaks out the back door with Ohamani Miras and a $50 fine.
What's that?
Yeah, and like he's talking to his wife and shit on Signal. Like, just text your wife. Don't use Signal. Just write to her, unless you guys are showing butthole pics. I don't know. But like, Hegseth just keeps like, if you're gonna give Hillary shit, for doing her shit on unsecured lines. You got to give Pete Hegseth shit when he does it, too. I mean, he's just kind of coming off as and I get it. Like, the media's out to get him, and they're out to get Trump people, and they are. But that doesn't mean you need to hand them the ammunition. That's like, Aaron, your whole dissemination thing, that was about Nick just wanted revenge against you. Yeah, I know. Everybody knows that. It's all over the case. But that doesn't mean it's okay for me to hand him the fucking ammunition he needed. That was a much move.
Now, this, of course, comes after.
Let's see what Chad's been up to.
Are like still saying it's unbelievable that he's back on radio. It's not. It's not. I was trying to get a radio show as a goof, just to make fun of it. And I got turned the fuck down.
Well, then, wait a minute. That kind of defeats the purpose of what you're saying. He's saying people are like, wow, it's crazy that Anthony got on radio again. He's like, no, it's not. Like insinuating it's easy. And then going, I tried to get a radio gig. I got turned down. Dude, I just pled guilty to a misdemeanor. I got a $50 fine. It was all over the news here in Minnesota. It was big news. I still have a radio meeting in 2 weeks before I go on vacation. Like I've still got 2 different companies on the line. One that I really want to work with. The other one is I should shut the fuck up. I just realized that was a dumb thing. You don't want to trash one. Well, they don't know which one they are. But like, this thing would have been done if it wasn't for Nick's revenge charge that he needed to get because he's still bitter about the one that got away. But so Chad's trying to say that it's not surprising. It's easy to get on radio, and then goes, and oh yeah, I tried to get on radio and I couldn't. That kind of defeats what you're trying to say. I see why you call this wet-brained follies now.
I quit applying for jobs.
The Misery Loves Clips guy clips really interesting parts of different shows. He clips me quite a bit. He posted one of the In Hot Water show yesterday. Geno and Keanu, friends of the show. You know, I don't have any. They're very unique friends of the show. I don't have any friends of the show that helped put me in jail for 6 hours. I only have one of those kind of friends.
Yeah, but did they mean to?
No, well, if you talk to them, they'll say no. They thought the whole thing was stupid and it was idiotic and they were manipulated. Well, Keanu says she was manipulated by Nick and April, which I believe. And the whole thing was Nick's master plan to get back at his the love of his life, the one that got away, apparently, according to him. I don't share that opinion, but it was his get back. It was his vengeance. And then the chicken shit didn't even have the balls to admit that that's what it was. He tried to play it off as something else. That's why in Discovery, his statement to police is 15 pages long. And the 4 other people's statements to police were 14 and a half pages long combined. And 10 of those pages were April.
He wrote a novel?
Yes, and 10 of those pages were 10 of those 14 pages were April, and she was desperately trying to take a certain place in Nick's life. So she was doing anything to suck up and anything to yes, massa, yes, massa, yes, massa. So between the two of them, 25 pages, 4 pages for everybody else. But don't worry. It wasn't about vengeance on their part. So anyway, Geno and Keanu were doing a show yesterday, and Keanu, I'm worried, Johnny, that I started this fight. This upsettedness that happened, that Geno got set off on a rant yesterday. I'm worried that I caused this because from time to time, Geno and Keanu will listen to Steel Toe on a semi-regular basis. They'll, tell me about something I talked about on the show because I forget. And I think Keanu was listening to my conspiracy theory I have about Trump and Epstein. Now, you heard...
He was behind the whole Epstein cover-up thing?
That I don't want to jump the gun. And also, here's an interesting development. I said we've got broadcasting meetings in May, and things are coming along, honestly, a lot quicker. It's a lot of places were telling me that, oh no, the outstanding case and everything has nothing to do with it. It's, it's just summer's just a better time. Then as soon as the news started coming out about the $50 fine and everything else, everybody starts talking, hey, we should have lunch. Hey, we should get together, this and that. I heard from Kelly Jordan from Wild Country today. Kelly Jordan and I spoke today about just about some things, just about, thoughts on the business, thoughts on where the business is going, who's going to be a part of that business, things like that. It was great talking to him. It was he and Matt Wood, who actually, mostly Wood, who put the bug in my ear about doing radio again about 1.5 years, 2 years ago. And I wasn't really thinking about it. He said, you got to talk to our people. I think there's a place here for you. You got to do it. And then, of course, all the shit show happened. Everything blew up, put everything on hold for a little bit. Now we're all talking again, and I'm very, very excited. CJ with $2 says, Ashton is legitimately insane and insufferable. And also, it sounds like these outside the metro towns and these counties, they really want to nip shit like this in the bud because it makes them look bad. It gives them national attention. LGBT groups descend upon them, and they go, you need to do something for us. This is terrible. This is a hate crime. And nobody wants to be associated with that. So they're not offering this guy a deal, or if they are offering him a deal, he's like, fuck it. I want to fight this case till the end. And they're going to go to trial on this thing. His name is Mark Stinson. As of Monday afternoon, his trial is set to start July 21st. Now, I know better than anyone that if you feel like you're not getting a fair deal, that you just go, all right, fuck it, let's go to trial, and they'll give you a fair deal. Like I said, I have no problems with the way the process worked out for me. I think I got a very fair deal. I think that I admitted to what I did, and I got the punishment that fits what I did. They dropped the thing they couldn't win. They dropped the thing that was a long shot, especially, well, both of them might have been a long shot because Keanu and Geno weren't coming, which a lot of the anti-steel toe people got wrong, and that's fun. But Geno and Keanu weren't coming. This picture doesn't exist. Nobody has it. I don't have it. Geno doesn't have it. Nick sent the prosecution like 6 pictures, and they were all not it. He was obsessed with getting me on this thing. This was a Nick Rekieta production, and it kind of blew up in his face because now, I mean, this has been embarrassing for everybody. And now what is it? It's a $50 fine and a misdemeanor. And I thought that was fair. Like, look, sending your buddy a picture, even if it's a picture that was taken, it was consensual, it was posed for, whatever, it's still not okay. Just because you get the picture consensually, a lot of people think, oh, if the picture was posed for, it's like your picture now. No. You still can't send it to your buddy. That's not okay. Now, should that be a crime that you have to pay money for or shit like that? I don't know. We'll leave that to smarter people. People have their opinions on that. But a lot of people think, oh, this is bullshit. It never should have been a thing. Aaron got railroaded, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. My opinion is more, I did a shitty thing. I'm getting punished for that shitty thing, and I think that punishment is fair. $50. Don't do that again. I agree. Good punishment. But for this guy, they might not offer this guy a very good deal. And I think the reason they might not offer this guy a very good deal is because they don't want to become the center of the LGBTQ universe. They don't want it to descend upon little Sherburne County, Minnesota, if they offer this guy a deal and he skates. He has a pretrial hearing scheduled for June 9th. Stinson was arrested in November for reportedly pointing oh shit, I didn't know. This must be a different guy. You know what? I'm thinking of a guy in Cold Spring. He crashed his car into the front yard of a mixed-race couple who had mixed-race children and was screaming at them. That's it. You know what? I'm having a hard time keeping my racist, bigoted Central Minnesota story straight. That's on me. So Stinson was arrested in November for pointing a gun at a woman he threatened. Parents' sexual partners. That's mean. After you shared that kind rib meat sandwich story yesterday. No, Keanu has told the story numerous times. Apparently, April and Nick lied to her and gaslit her like crazy to get her to cooperate. I mean, it was 100% a vengeance plot. But hey, I did a dumb thing. Like I said, just because it's a vengeance plot and just because their motives were impure and dishonest doesn't mean I didn't do what I'm accused. That doesn't matter. Like, just because, you know, the people lied about why they were doing it, you know, it was clearly because I got out and everything else. Just because they lied about why they're doing it doesn't mean I didn't do something wrong. I mean, I handed them the gun, you know. Why they used it doesn't matter. I did the thing. Yeah, Kaju, oh God, I'm going to have problems with this name. Kaiju Koshi writes, drop that lesbian girlfriend of yours or I'll fill you full of lead. Yeah, like, what the fuck is this guy's problem? Like, if he goes down for this, ironically, he 100% deserves it. Redbird, I really do feel like there's something else to this story. But I don't know. 170 away from today. Let's keep it going. Let's move along. God damn, some of you are really sensitive. Holy fuck. Like, someone brings up a question about Keanu or someone brings up a question about something and I answer it. And some of you just get so jumpy. You say, yeah, we get it, move on. It's like, guys, fucking relax. We do 4.5 hours of a show. I'm going to take 2 minutes to answer a paying customer's question. And then we'll get back to the lesbian stuff. I promise. Let's go ahead and have another one of those rallies. 170 away from today. We're looking pretty good for this one, guys. Keep it up. We appreciate it. 170. All right, let's get into it. Let's do some things. L Train says, let's take the gloves off. Ooh, fun. What are we taking the gloves off about? On the traitorous duo of Keanu and Geno. Oh, boy. I'll listen. What do you got? I'm still pissed for their whole we just told the truth nonsense. Now, look. I have seen the discovery. I have seen the interviews. I really don't think that, first of all, Geno didn't do anything wrong. He really didn't. Geno's story has been consistent the entire time. He supported his wife. Keanu and I, first of all, you guys aren't privy to every conversation I have. In fact, you're not privy to most conversations I have. In fact, what you're seeing now is the character, the performer. Keanu and I have straightened everything out. Keanu has admitted that, you know, she was lied to by, you know, both people, you know, April and Nick. She was lied to. She was manipulated. She was told things that weren't true. And she feels bad about that. And she's apologized, and I've apologized for putting her in that position. So I will say this, guys. You're more than allowed to have your own opinion. And this seems boring because we've gone over it so many times. But you don't have to convince me that you're right. You don't have to go, Aaron, I need you to feel the way I do. I just have a different experience than you. People make mistakes, and you have to give people the grace when they ask for it to improve. And then you hope that they give you that same grace when you try to improve. That's what it is. $1 from Hong Kong. Mazzy Bad Mom Tuna. I don't know what that means. With $1.99 says, Aaron, when is your sentencing? That $50 wasn't a fine. Oh, yeah, that's the new cope that they have. They can't read. Their new cope is, oh, no, the $50 is administrative cost. That's not a fine. It's a $50 fine, guys. I would know. I signed the paperwork. It's right there. $50 fine. I shouldn't have to be the ones comforting you. Maybe next time, don't take advice from ladies who pretend they know what they're talking about, but are really just crossing their fingers and wishing it were so. Maybe if you didn't listen to fan fiction that I constantly debunked and you listened to the smarter guy, maybe you wouldn't have to come to me and go, please, Aaron, please tell me that wasn't fine. It was, sweetheart, but you'll be okay. Numero uno with $1 says, can you text Geno a pic of the fridge contents so we can ask his thoughts on it? Yeah, let me just send him a pic of my fridge. Here we go. Your boy didn't do too bad. Did he? We'll see what he thinks. $1 from numero uno Josh Denny fan says, have you sent the Hitler Hava Nagila bit to Kumia's radio station? Guaranteed drive time gig. They didn't handle getting all of my case stuff wrong either. What was their cope? That the $50 isn't a fine, it's a court fee? Actually, court fees would be more than $50. The fine is $50. Girls, I'm sorry that you... Again, they were two people that they could have listened to me, and I nailed the whole thing start to finish, or they could have listened to Sean, who nailed the whole thing start to finish. They're another one that listened to Nick. And they went, 455,000 subscribers. Oh, my goodness, maybe he'll take me with him. And instead, he just went, it's smart on Nick's part because he just basically used them to filter his lies that nobody believes anyway, but like they're the ones who end up looking, they're not him. That's actually kind of brilliant on his part, the way he used those girls and Will. I think Patrick's a little more skeptical. He's been around a little bit more, and he kind of sees Nick's bullshit, and he kind of keeps a safe distance, so to speak. Like he knows that the story Null told, the story Josh told about Nick shower texting him about the April thing, Patrick knows that's true, and he knows that's fucking embarrassing for Nick, but until that failed event they're putting on is over, he's got to pretend that, Nick didn't do that. Chev Maddox says, you heard it here, folks. Aaron's fine is $50, and his court fees are an undisclosed amount. I don't know anything about any court fees. I really don't. Chevy says, have you figured out your probation cost yet? It's going to be a year or two, and it's just my release condition. That's it. Power Windows says the craziest thing is when Nick said you're a few bad days away from getting a felony. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, he tried as hard as he could to lie in his statement to police and send a bunch of photos that were never sent to anyone. Like, Nick sent more photos to people than I did. I mean, I sent one to Geno. He couldn't reproduce it because he never had it. It was one that I took myself. And Nick then went to the police or went to the prosecutor and sent them like 5 or 6 pictures. It's like, dude, how about a little dignity? And then 15 pages. He went to the police and he ranted for 15 pages about what a terrible guy I am. And I mean, the biggest delusions I've ever read. It was, I mean, I laughed out loud numerous times. And all that for a $50 fine and a misdemeanor. I mean, he lied as hard as he could to get that felony charge. And then the minute they kind of looked at it and went, the facts of this case do not bear this out, they offered us something that I think was fair, that I think fits what I did. But to humiliate yourself in such a way. And like, eventually when this is all over, when enough time has passed, I'll show you the papers and everything. I'm glad I'm me and not him. Put it that way. $2 from TDR Shit Show says, back to Monday's conversation. This is why ass whoopings as a kid are a good thing. His dad doesn't have it in him. He does. And I'm against hitting kids, but I mean, even like teaching him how to be a man and that, he just doesn't have it in him. I mean, you're talking about a guy who lied for him in open court. I was in that house at the same time as Nick's dad. He knew what the state the house was in. He saw signs of intoxication. It was just a flat-out lie. Oh, I love this guy Law Cope on Twitter. He tagged me in something. He goes, Aaron, how's that going to end? And it's Clown World on Twitter posting a Reddit post from r/polyamory. Wife's boyfriend stayed at our place last night. Law Cope writes, Aaron, how's that going to end? Probably in charges for everybody. But only one guy's going to beat the felony. Terrible.